they've done it again. Johanna Runt and Stephen Mitchell are the APTA national champions for the second year in a row.
There you have it, your women's APTA national champions, Florentina Harnisch and Anna Maria Zabor.
Sponsors Viking and Paddle Pro, and local sponsors, presenting sponsor Discipline and Alpha LLC, platinum sponsor Worcester Air and Weston Golf Club, gold sponsors Billy Boy Distillers and Owl's Nest Resort, and silver sponsor Narragansett Beer. I'm Lauren Mandel, along with Jerry Viant, bringing you this women's semifinal match between the top seeds, Florentina Harnisch and Anna Maria Zabori, and the number 3 seeds, Kerry Delmonico and Lauren Gebbia. Hi, Jerry.
Hello, Lauren. Nice to be calling the match with you. And it looks like a very cold day up there in Boston. The players are rugged up. And let's see if I can identify them where they are on the court. Looks like in the pink hat, we have Florentina Harnisch on the bottom. I think Delmonico and Gebbia have watched this, and I expect to see some change in strategy.
Yes, well, we all know that Kerry Delmonico loves to think about strategy. She loves to talk about it, and she's a very, very smart player. I'm sure she and her partner Lauren Gebbia figured out what would be a winning strategy today.
Right. So the strength on that, as far we said, the ball will be colder. It won't be coming at green so far. So now I can identify them. There's Kerry Delmonico on the right with her green, the blue jacket, and Lauren Gebbia with the green jacket. And Lauren is, like I said, the fire path the deck, and she's the director of tennis Paramount Country Club in New York. Anna Maria Zabor.
We're watching an earlier match. It's so cold that the ball, the spin, isn't biting the court, and I'm interested to see. Zabori does so much with so much spin. I'm interested to see if that takes a spin out of the equation a little bit.
And there you saw that quick lob return a serve from Delmonico. Nice control by Zabori there, coming in, just really picking her spot, making it difficult volley. Great angle. You see Zabori's big shoulder turn on her overheads, and she's really added that a lot more spin to her overheads this year. Oof, nice dig.
Yeah, that's Gebbia's favorite overhead, that into the forehand corner.
Yeah, and her Gebbia's overhead's very effective when she comes down the back of the ball. She's really putting that heavy slice on the ball.
Yeah, it stays good and low.
30, 40. Tough to handle. Like if you're going to hit any block lobs when temperatures are this cold, you really have to be stepping into the ball. You have to have a solid grip and really step into that ball, because it's not going to go anywhere without that. 40 all. Zabori's got a beautiful service motion, doesn't she, Lauren?
He does everything beautifully, but everything is very smooth. There's that big roller.
And that really caused havoc in Westchester. If they give her a short lob, She's going hard at Delmonico and making her move change directions to the backside, and then she was either volleying behind her or going straight back at her again. So they can't afford to hit any short lobs.
Big serve. Players feeling each other out this game, Jerry.
Yeah, it's always tough that first game, first couple of games, especially they've had a break. They've both played a couple of matches. We'll take a look at the draw in a little bit.
Monica's been working hard on her movement, and she's really moving quite well.
Yeah, see that spin there? Delmonico just couldn't keep it in the court. That ball just jumped off of her paddle. Oh,
That's
too good.
You could just see that trouble as soon as that went into the screen.
Yep, so here, take a look at the draw. So you see Harnish Sabori, yes, haven't dropped a set. That played Gio Williamson, 3-2. And Delmonico and Gabbia had a 3-set against Allison Morgan and Sakura, 6-2 in the third. Delmonico's serving.
Wardrobe malfunction here.
And as always, the Boston Open constantly making improvements on their tournament. They've added more bleachers there for the fans. Drew Sawyer and Genius Chitsukwe, the tournament directors up there for the Boston Open. They've got bleachers all the way around, Lauren, and I'm told they're heated. Which is very nice.
Well, you since you're in Australia on a nice summer day, you can't even imagine how cold it is. I can't imagine sitting outside without it being heated. I can't even imagine sitting outside with it being heated. Delmonico staying back. Doesn't want to deal with the pace of the Zabori return. Smart play.
You can see Delmonico moves that lob around, makes it tempting. Trying to cause a little bit of confusion with her placement over floor harnish.
That was a tricky shot, but just missed.
Yeah, good idea though. You know, it's part of her plan. You can see she's trying to open up the court, and it was a risky play. But if she can spread the players apart, she'll have more opportunities, create more opportunities for Gabbia's drive to be set up and a hole to go into. It's a good combination of overheads from Gabbia. You can really see how she's coming down behind the back of the ball.
And she can do that because the lobs are short.
Nice little move. Good cover by Harnish. So on that point there, Lauren, looked like they were freezing out Harnish and making Zabori build her own point, which is a little bit of a change.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's the way to go, but
Well, they definitely have to try some different strategies from
no,
how they've been
absolutely.
playing them. So let's see how it plays out. Zabori's smart. She's taking these balls off the deck because these overheads are landing just past the service line. So it's easier for her to step in and take it as a block lob.
Good pickup from Delmonica. That wasn't an easy one.
That's the overhead. Deep in the court, near the singles line. So, Delmonico Gebbia, I think, dictating it more. They were, having to counter what Harnish and Zabori were doing in Westchester to them, and that they are dictating more on the speed of play and a little change of strategy.
See, Jerry, I'm not sure the spin is biting as much.
Yeah, no, it's not jumping.
Yeah. Did she just hit her? So
I think so. I think that's what happened. It's not biting as much, but it's still when she's stepping in to try to hit that block. You can see there's enough spin because the ball's changing directions.
Definitely, but she usually wins so many points outright with that spin that I don't think she's winning today.
Yeah, she's gonna have to be more patient.
That's not easy to do when you have a shot that's often a winner.
Right. All players you have to make an adjustment when the temperature changes like this, when it's so cold. Ball's not bouncing as high, so it's not high off the deck. You've got to bend your knees more on your drives. It's harder to build points because you're not going to let as many balls go into the screen because they're just going to die. Everything is lower. You're going to look for more drop shots.
Good luck at that.
So Flor Harnish serving. She's the rackets professional at the Montclair Golf Club in New Jersey.
She has such a solid serve, Flor Harnish.
Yeah, we've got 3 out of the 4 top servers.
Yeah, I was thinking the same
Paddle,
thing. And
hang on, Lauren, Paddle Pro, for over 20 years, Paddle Pro has been recognized as an industry leader in platform tennis. The knowledge, expert advice, vast inventory, and ultimate customer service will help any player find the perfect equipment to take your game to the next level. Paddle Pro is the only website to carry all platform tennis brands. For more information, go to paddlepro.com. Sorry, Lauren, I interrupted you. You were
no,
going to say?
I was going to say yes, I was thinking the same thing about the servers. And Gabby is usually a reliable server too. So even though she's not one of the top servers, her serve is not a liability.
Yes. Yes, and I think she just served underarm,
Yeah.
which I have not seen a lot
Yeah,
of.
yeah. She's been doing that. That's the problem when Delmonico comes all the way over like that. There's so much room there for that inside-out forehand.
Yeah, she's got it. I mean, that really shrinks the court on where she places that overhead, and she has to be dead on.
Those 2 games went fast. 2 games.
And serve just then sat up high, and able Sabori to really step in and take a crack.
Yeah, the idea of the sidearm or underhand serve is that it stays low, but those were sitting up. Well,
Casual drop shot there from below the level of the net. As you know, I always like to joke when you hit a drop shot,
Yes.
it's supposed to drop off your paddle, not go up.
That was casual even for Zaburi. Casual shots, you're so good at it. Nice off-pace little dink from Delmonico. Her specialty.
A lot of those little touch shots that she has are also a little more difficult to pull off with the ball being so hard.
Okay, get there.
Transition play there. Nice accuracy, really lining up the overhead and the placement, not allowing Gebbia to take too many swings off the deck. Domenico's got such disguise on her shots. And she sets up early, and she not only changes the speed, but also the height of the balls that she hits.
That was more of a
she's so tricky.
traditional drop shot there from Hanish, but she missed it. Break point. And there's the break.
Scoring in the first set, 3-2.
Good comeback from Delmonico Gebbia because they lost 2 games in about 2 minutes. So good recovery from them.
Yeah, Hanish Sabor, you don't want to let them get a big lead. You don't want to let them get too comfortable. And I think, Delmonico and Gebbia can keep changing the look of what they're giving them, and keep jerking them around, which is what Delmonico is known for. Different heights, different speeds.
Long 30.
Gebbia just making a couple of quick bowling errors.
Oh, good. So good on that work.
Long 40.
Again, Zabori's lob pulling Gebbia out of the service box, opening up the court, and then stepping in and taking that drive early. It really just takes time away. Oh, there's the tweener. Doesn't
She
matter
got away
what
with it.
temperature it is.
4-2.
You would. Yep. All right. 4-2, Hanish Sabori. And that's Florentina Hanish serving.
Delmonico fired hit that. I mean, I don't blame Hanish for going into the corner there. Delmonico's all the way on Gebbia's side to return. It's a long way to go.
Outside.
30. Long. Thirty, 15.
Oh.
15.
Said Delmonico Gebbia need to discuss what they're going to do here. It's going a little too quick.
It's all going very, again.
Eight.
Yeah, Gebbia made a bunch of unforced errors there in that game. And Hanish Sabori, Hanish serving really well again when she can really hit her spots. Puts a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and you just don't have the margin for error against this Hanish Sabori team. Like, if you start making errors, you're in big fat trouble because so much of the time they're going to control what happens.
Down the other end of the draw, Lauren, we want to make comment that Anika and Nicolescu had an upset. Kind of upset. Not really an upset, but they beat the number 2 seeds. But this is their first tournament this season playing together. And
Nice to see them out there. So nice to
Yeah.
see both of them out there playing so well.
Yep, and they're going to be playing Elliott and Radesno, who had a battle 4-4 over Shea and Sutter in the quarterfinal.
Lauren Gebbia's got to take a breath and slow down a little bit. I know she likes to play fast, but the errors are coming in bunches right now.
Yeah, and she's quick serving on this serve, and it's too short, the service box. You can see it's really bringing Zabori and Hanish in closer than what they normally would. So, yeah, smart idea to stay back.
Change the look. It was a good idea. Yep.
that's really, you know, what paddle is all about at this high level, is making adjustments.
It's the end of the
As
first
is
set, Jerry.
Oh, 6-2. Shout out to our umpire, Thomas Bavino.
Jerry, other than the obvious cutting down on the errors, what do you think Delmonico and Gebbia need to do here to get back into this match?
Well, I think they've got to lob higher and deeper. They've got, you know, they opened up the court a little bit in those first few games and try to get a little bit of confusion, but at least get them hitting their overheads from outside of the service box, so Gebbia can get a look and step in and have a little bit more court. They're not going to be able to hit through them. You know, they're Harnish Sabori are good volleyers. They're looking for those balls to hit their drop shots. So I think Delmonico's having a good chat there with Lauren and just slow her down and get her focused on where she needs to hit, because she really made a bunch of unforced errors there. All right, second set. Look where Delmonico is.
Yeah, that's where she was the last game, too. She got served wide because she was so far over, but it's where she wants to be.
And sometimes that's enough also, just changing the look of the court. The server looks up and it's like she's 3 feet further over than where she normally is.
That feels good, huh?
Domenico, she's got to get variety, mix up, try to change the rhythm here. That's just the play that we've seen over and over. They're hitting the short lobs, and both Sabori and Harnish are hitting the deep spin overheads and getting that finishing point. See the placement of Harnish's overheads. So just the routine ones where she's being pushed back out of the service box, she's countering it with hitting her overheads in the last foot of the court, and that's just Delmonico Gebbia have to be willing to stay with that and hit more lobs like that.
Zabori's always good for a couple shots that miss by, 10 feet, but she makes so many that she can laugh it off. It's okay.
That's a better lob from Gebbia. She needs a string of those. Oh, good move by Harnish there. She dropped back, recognized that Delmonico could hit that ball through, and she was there to cover it.
40, 30.
I feel like that happens a lot, Jerry. Zabori hit that crazy shot at 40 love, and then all of a sudden it's deuce. You think it's fine, it's 40 love, and it's never fine.
Yeah. No. Yeah, I do. I mean, especially like you miss an easy shot, and if you're the server, you really need to take that extra second just to say, compose yourself. And And you can't be casual about it. 40 love lead, as we all know, can disappear quickly. But especially if you've made a quick unforced error, you really have to take that extra second. You can't afford to give a team like Domenico Gabbia a chance. They're too good.
40 all.
And it's a big game. It's the first game of the second set. It's going to set the tone.
Yep, you can see Gabbia has moved in. They're on the attack again.
And suddenly it's break point.
You gotta take care of those leads.
40 all.
See how that ball's just dying. I mean, it hit high on the screen and just came down like a lead balloon. Wonderful lob by Delmonico there. She had both players going back to try to get it. You could hear Coach Delmonico telling Gabbia to move over.
She can talk through literally every single shot, Delmonico. I mean, her partners are used to it, and that's what she does, but she could talk through the entire point.
And you can hear it in her voice. She understands the importance of this game. And there it is, 40 love lead.
40 love lead and the throwaway shot at 40 love. Happens so often. It's just a strange phenomenon. Well, let's see how big of a deal that is.
Yeah, I mean, that was a comfortable game going into the second set, and Delmonico Gabbia hung in there.
Now Gebbia's pumped up. She knows she played a lousy first set for her, and now she's pumped and in it. You can see it in her body language.
Yeah, she would not be pleased with all those unforced errors.
15 all.
She's a fighter.
She is.
This team will go down swinging one way or the other. Yep, staying with their play. They're making Zabori build her own point. Let's see if they can see how patient she is, as Zabori, is the flashy shot maker. Harnish is the one who usually builds the points for them, so this is interesting. See, Zabori is taking block lob. She's taking these balls off the deck when they're near the service line, and then using the screen when they go deeper. So far, Zabori's looking content and comfortable just to put one more ball back in play, but I don't see a purpose with the lobs just yet. There we go.
I'm also surprised she doesn't just hit one, just to change it up.
They haven't really given her anything short enough just yet.
No, but they're playing for the lob, so it wouldn't even have to be a great drive.
by far the longest point of the match. That's well played by Gebbia and Delmonico. Gebbia's got that little slider overhead. I love that shot. This is a big point of the match here, Lauren. You can feel the momentum. You can feel Gebbia Delmonico have settled in, not giving up any free points.
See there, well, didn't work. But I think if Zabori just stands back there and lobs, she's gonna go crazy. First of all, and second of all, that's just not how they play.
Right. Well, the lob and change the look of the court. You know, not lob and stand still like she was on that long point. You know, she's usually dynamic with that placement. She's changing the look of the court, both of them. You know, lob deep down the line, shift to the left, set up their strengths. But on that long one before, she was just standing there, like you said. Gebbia is really dialed in on her overheads now. She's aiming for that deep in the court singles line. Gets the neck. And they're ahead here. Good energy.
And they won that game convincingly. They looked like they were, you know, ahead in every point that game.
Intensity on Delmonico. She is in this. She can feel it.
Yeah, I mean, that they could have won that point too. Gebbia just missed it by a little. It was the right shot.
That's the kind of stuff Gebbia's not. Get that return of serve in play.
I mean, to be fair, she's not the kind of player who just gets the return of serve in play. Most of the time she gets it in play and she hits a great shot, so she's not going to play to just get it in play, but point well taken, she can't miss returns.
Right. Yeah, agreed. She goes for her shots, but, you know, at this point you want to aim higher. Keep the pressure on Harnish and Zabori because they're starting to make errors, so allow them the opportunity.
Is Harnish good at that?
Up by Harnish, yeah. (40-15). That's the lob, pulling Zabori behind Harnish. Zabori had the answer. To be so careful where you hit that overhead. Give yourself time to get back in position. And that's the chase.
Okay, so Harnish Zabori on the board.
Yeah, good hold there because that you could feel the momentum was definitely going to Delmonico Gebbia. And Harnish Zabori, you know, it's hard when they're playing so well. They have the target on their back. You know, they're undefeated, national champions. Everybody's talking about the strategy, how they're going to play, and you know, it's not an easy task to maintain that level, match after match, you know, tournament after tournament. So they're going to have some dips, and the most important thing is that they keep believing, they keep going after their shots, and ride it out.
115.
Beautiful swing by Zabori.
She just decelerated on that one.
Kudos to Gebbia. I gotta tell you, I mean, when you've been used to serving one way your whole life, Gebbia's a very good tennis player. And all of a sudden make that switch. There's one thing to do it in practice, but to bring it out in a tournament, she's staying with it.
Yeah, Roxy and Nika's serving that way too. Some people definitely.
I've seen Roxy dabbling with it, in and out for a couple of seasons. But this is the first time I've seen Gebbia the whole match using it. And she's got 2 quick return to serve errors from Zabori. That little shovel forehand that Delmonico's got, and it's a tricky shot because it stays low. And again, it's the variety of the shots that she gives you, combination that makes Delmonico so effective. Yep, that ball was too low below the level of the net to hit that kind of shot. That's the patience, just be willing to hang in there. Domenico Gebbia hitting deeper lobs, and you've got to counter it and not try to end the point too soon.
Serve down the middle makes me laugh. Like, how is she getting there if the serve goes wide? Oh, whoops, miscommunication there. Two quick points. That's frustrating for Delmonico Gebbia after they played such a good game.
Yeah, again, I just feel like if they can hang in longer in these rallies, they'll keep the pressure on Harnish and Zabori.
It's not Zabori's job.
That is a big guest appearance there. Harnish had that volley covered.
Yeah.
I think you can sense Zabori wants to get into the match, get the flowing again, and gotta be careful. She's gotta stay patient.
No.
Yep, that was wide.
Harnish Zabori are definitely pressing.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, they do, again, you've got to wait for the right shot. You've got to build the point. You can't force it. So both drop shots that Harnish has missed is because she's dropping the paddle head. So it's going below her wrist. She's got to keep the paddle head above the level of her wrist and close the net and let that ball drop down. You just don't have the touch, when it's this cold, to be able to pop that ball up and down.
She listened to you. That was textbook.
Because it's easier to do on the backhand volley. It is the forehand. There's a lot more play on the forehand, but yeah, that's what she needs to do. She had it beautifully set up.
Good look at that.
Just a little quick. Gabby's forehand, she hit such a heavy ball too. that was a big hold for Hanish Sabori and a good game. Delmonico Gebbia, you can see they're clawing their way back into this.
I'd like to say a few words about Viking. Viking, one ball to rule them all. One ball is consistently chosen for the sport's highest level tournaments, league play, social events, and weekend outings. Viking. For the last 25 years, we have remained the overwhelming choice. Viking. Unleash the warrior in you. The official ball of the APTA, the official ball of the National Championships and President's Cup, and the official ball of the Grand Prix Series.
It's got an update on the men's quarters going on too. Lauren Araya Parsons over James Wagner 3-3. Delmonico showing what great hand she has. She's a good volleyer there. She was able to diffuse those 3 drives in a row from Hanish Sabori.
Sabori just hit kind of a half-paced drive there and got the volley error, just because she mixed it up, I think.
Right, and so many times. I mean, that's what it takes. I mean, players get so used to one speed and one level. If you take a little bit of pace off and you aim higher, armpits, left armpit, right armpit, make your opponent have to, change direction, flip their paddle over. You can get that unforced error.
Big forehand.
Sabori moving in, taking those balls. Nice touch
Great
and
shot
set by Delmonico.
30, 40, 50.
But that was more like a point you would expect to see.
And I think it's a bad sign for Delmonico Gebbia. It's way better for them when they had her standing still.
Hey, we all in the second set.
Right here. Right away.
And Laura, I didn't notice if the players changed balls or not. Did you? They're still playing with the same ball?
I don't know. Okay, 3-all.
That was their play that we saw in Westchester was they were really able to move Delmonico around, pull her out, go at her hard, go into the corner.
Oh, 15.
Right here.
And you said Delmonico's been working on her agility? Yep.
Fitness
Good
or
for
her
her.
agility, yep.
Good for her. I mean, credit to her. Delmonico's been in the game a long time. Has won the Nationals with her partner Isla Main. And she just loves the game. She loves to compete. She loves to figure out what's happening. She loves to talk about what's happening. She's a great personality. And
You know what's
Gebbia
really-
is a compliment to her.
Yes, they're great friends and they really like playing each other. But one of the most impressive things about Carrie Delmonico, to me, is that she never really plays badly. She once said to me, I always play the same, and that's not exactly true, but her level is never bad. Other people have good days and bad days, and she has better days, but she never plays poorly.
Yeah, no, very consistent. And an incredible belief in her ability. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. So she's able to use the pace of her opponents well and redirect. She's got good hands. Again, look at the position of her returning serve, and Gebbia is ready to move in. Nice serve by Harnish there, wide.
30, 40.
Hey, one break
Extra
point
spin.
save.
Yeah, extra spin on that overhead from Zabori was enough to get Delmonico to pop that lob long.
40, all.
Big serve by Harnish there.
A lot of spin again.
Yeah. That's why I was questioning the ball. If it is getting a little bit warmer, then you will get more bite on the ball, and it is tougher to hit those block lobs that are coming deep to you in the court like that with so much spin. It's harder to control them. That is some
40, all.
just
That one
long.
was
I was
out.
just gonna say, yeah, I was gonna say that is some big serving by Hannah. She's really going after it. Just missed it long. Gebbia looking to move in.
That's good.
50, on it.
See, the stands are starting to fill up. So they've added the two bleachers at the back of the court, Lauren, from the last few years. Where they always have that one on the side, but they've added the two bleachers for the spectators. They're Boston paddle people really come out and support this event. It's a really well-run tournament.
And that's what we saw a lot of the last time they played that we haven't seen so much of today. Zabori and just hanging over the net.
Creating the movement, you know, getting Delmonico to move, opening it up, and then using either the. Oh, that was the shot. That's the great hands of Delmonico.
Court awareness.
Yep. Good job, John Scott, on the replay.
You're talking
Yep.
about when they're changing the balls.
Yep, yep. Yeah, that's the norm. We're changing after 7 games, bringing in the new ball. But the key is make sure it's not a rock. You know, otherwise, those first few games you're playing just to warm it up. Yep, taking a practice serve. All right, Lauren Gebbia is serving. Changing the formation.
Love.
Gebbia doing well. She loves a target. The needle.
Anish decided to stay back there instead of having to deal with the volley in transition. Now she comes in.
little update on the other women's team, Lauren. Anika and Nicolescu are up 5-2 over Elliott and Radesno.
Interesting.
I mean, none of these teams have seen these guys either. Not have they individually not played all season, but this is the first time they're playing together, and that's a lot of offense coming at you with both players having huge rollers. I mean, Roxy Anika and Gabby Nicolescu hit that big roller, both firing off of the deck. Gabby are staying in the deuce side. Monaco, yeah, you just can't afford to drive an off-pace ball against Harnish or Sabori, hanging on the net. But you can see Gabby and Delmonico are very comfortable playing on either side. They'll often switch during the match. It's a little scoreboard pressure there. Sabori serving for the match. 5-3. Wow. Nice rip by Gabby. Get some of that frustration out, right?
A few balls that point.
So this tournament is absolutely loaded. The stop on the tour, the Boston women, there's 17 out of the top 20 players playing this event, and in the men there's 19 out of the top 20 players, and we'll be bringing you one of the men's quarterfinal matches as soon as this match finishes. I'm not sure which one we're switching over to. And then tomorrow, men's semi-finals will start, followed by the women's final and then the men's final. So full day tomorrow. They go for their targets, both Delmonico and Gabbia. Sabori's rushing a little bit here.
Great
Yes,
catch.
nice catch. Good coverage. Wow. You can hear Delmonico, help me, help me.
She gets louder and louder the further she runs.
Right, well, she knew she was making a big effort. She was going to
Yep.
get that ball. She wanted to make sure Gabbia was covering her. That's a good overhead by Sabori. Two good overheads by Sabori. Really good shoulder turn. Using her legs. Getting that ball is so important. Getting that ball deep and then it's biting low on the screen. There's no way your opponent's going to attack that ball. Back to deuce.
Monica knew what the play was. She knew what her opponents were going to do, but they did it too well.
Match point.
There it is. Good match, Jerry.
Yep. Hani Sabori, 6-2, 6-3. You know, they're comfortable. They have a couple of little dips in concentration, some loose points that they're going to want to tighten up, you know, as we get through. But Delmonico Gebbia, I liked the change. I liked the tactical change. There was just too many unforced errors in there, too many, you know, missed opportunities. You could see when they strung some good points together, they put scoreboard pressure on Harnish and Sabori. So, and Gebbia, you know, credit to Gebbia going to the sidearm serve. She needs just to get that ball a little bit deeper in the box and keep it low. And Delmonico will again go back and learn from this match. Should, you know, feel a little happier with that second set. At least they were in it and competing. And now Harnish and Sabori are through to another final. Oh, here we go over Nicolescu. Some bonus coverage here. All right, let's see if we can get the score. This is Gabby Nicolescu serving Roxy Anika at net. What is it, Lauren?
I think it was 6-3 for Nicolescu and Anika.
Okay.
And Elliott serving. No, Nicolescu serving. I said Nicolescu serving, and I was right. Yep.
And Nicolescu's in the red. She's on the right at net. Roxy Anika. Stella Radesno on the ad side down the other end, and Macy Elliott. All right, so let's take a look at some of this action with the overheads. There you see Gabby Nicolescu in the red. She's one of the few female players who can hit a really attacking roller from outside the service box. Roxy Anika can hit it too, but Nicolescu can hit it from further back, and I hope it doesn't become a competition between the two here.
Macy Elliott can hit it too. She hits a huge roller from far back. So.
So we've got 4 brackets professionals here, all certified by the PPTA. I'm sure they've got a lot of following from their women's leagues, all teaching in Connecticut. Oh, actually, Roxy's not at Orienta, right down in Westchester.
Yep, in Mamaroneck, New York.
Yep.
Wide.
That overhead deep in the court. Going after Marcella Radesno, getting her to build her own points. So last weekend, Lauren, Elliott Radesno went out to California to play in the tournament out there, kind of to recreate the season's feeling of from the year that they won the Nationals. That all started with their win out there. And they continued their streak. Yep. It's a huge forehand off returner serve from Macy.
He's a huge hitter, both sides.
Well, I'll tell you, Nicolescu's really getting her serve deep in the service box.
Self-preservation.
Yeah, yeah, but she works on her serve. I mean, sometimes she gets it in, but it can be short. But these serves so far have been deep in the service box.
That's a
Really
great roll.
going.
That's a
Yeah.
good one. Boy, oh boy, the placement.
Right, so you heard, I'm not sure who our umpire is, but that's 6-3 to Anika and Nicolescu, and they're up 1-love in the second set. Great, we've got the scoreboard up. John Scott is working hard. Apparently, Lauren, they've had some cameras go down, so they're looking to working on them right now. Marcela Redesno, such fleet of foot.
She's such a smooth, graceful mover.
Yep, she just builds the point. I mean, the thing about Redesno is she really doesn't have any weaknesses. She does everything well, and the more balls she gets to see, the stronger she gets. She just can really build herself into the point, and she generates a lot of her offense when she's in the backcourt off that high ball off the screen. So she's not going to see a lot of those balls today. You can see the creativity of Roxy Anika. She likes to slice and dice those floaters. You know, if there's not speed on those drives, she's going to put some kind of spin on it.
It's interesting seeing her, sorry, Jerry, seeing her play with Gabby Nicolescu, because you're so used to Roxy Anika being the flashy player, and she's almost overshadowed a little bit here.
Yeah, you know what? It might help her, because maybe she'll take the mindset of being a little bit more conservative. She doesn't have to be the one who finishes the play. But sometimes she can get a little ahead of herself in the point and try to end it too soon. But here I'm seeing a lot of good shots, a lot of patience.
Yeah, I think you're right. She looks good. Doesn't look rusty at all, coming back from a knee injury.
Maybe the combination of those two things, like you said, she did have a knee injury, so she might be a little bit more conservative with her movement and not feeling the pressure of having to be point winner. Nicolescu normally plays the ad side.
She played with Liz Cruz. They moved it around a lot. A rare roller miss from Gabby Nicolescu. Like you said, she's so good at hitting it from far back. Now it's 1-all in the first set. The second set, the first set was 6-3. It says 6-0, but it was 6-3.
There's no Elliott taking a moment, talking about their strategy, looking at a bunch of rollers. How are they going to handle these rollers coming off of both players?
That was well
Like
handled.
that. Yeah. That's a high ball, you know, high ball
Yeah.
off the screen. That ball bounces up. They can bring that down. There's no. Nicolesh is interesting. She's going with all rollers
Yeah.
off of all of her overhead. She's not hitting, you know, any different shots. Different look.
In her last match, too.
Gabby Nicolesh, of course, 3-time national champion. She won with Martina Andrekova, and then in 2018 and 19 with Liz Cruz. Shout out to Liz Cruz. Again, I can just see how relaxed and comfortable Roxy is, Roxy Anika. Not pressing. She's just hitting well-placed overheads. It's a right shot for Radesno to go for. There was an opening there. She just pushed it wide.
(40-15).
Handling all those combination of shots there well, and then just got a little rushed, and that was the speed, the different change in spin and speed that Nika can throw at you.
I think you made a really good point. I think that having Gabby Nicolescu as her partner, Roxy Anika doesn't feel like she has to make it happen the second she gets the ball. She can relax and wait. Not that she hasn't played with other really, really top partners before. Nicolescu is so explosive that it takes the pressure off Anika.
Yeah, that's always, you know, like managing those expectations. It's always, I feel like on her shoulders that she puts that pressure on herself that she's got to be the finisher. And now I just see that she's much more relaxed, and it could be, you know, also about the movement, just being careful of her knee as well. But they look pretty solid.
One serving 2.
Looks like they're getting ready to start the another men's quarterfinal match on that main court, which we may switch over to. We're just waiting for confirmation, waiting for some updates on the scores. We'll keep you updated on what's happening.
I think after this game, we're going to switch over to the men's match.
All right, good. And we'll get you some updates from, there's a lot of action happening here at the Boston Open. And we'll get you some updates on the other courts. Elliot Rodesno, both doing a good job taking that ball off the deck with the block lobs and then stepping in and taking the drive early. They know that. I mean, they really have to be willing to hang in there and not hit any short lobs. It's too much offense out of Anika and Nicolescu on the overheads. Yes, we're going to be switching over and streaming Durant Mitchell versus Compton McNerney.
That'll be a fun one.
Game. Yeah, that'll be a big one. Bill Horn's going to be calling the match. He's one of our umpires from the Boston area. These guys do a great job up there. Marshall Chapin heads up the umpires and really puts together a big team. I mean, it's a lot of matches happening.
Okay, and we will be right back with the men's quarterfinal match in just a moment after these messages right here on the APTA YouTube channel presented by eNet Live.
Well done, great job. Hey, good stuff to you.
Patty, good job.
Yeah, a lot of fun. You guys look great out there. How long have you been playing?
Who, me? Oh, I've been playing my whole life. How about you?
Wow, I only started playing when I retired.
Someone say retired?
Looking good out there, Eli.
Thank you.
They've done it again. Johan Durant and Stephen Mitchell are the APTA national champions for the second year in a row.
There you have it, your women's APTA national champions, Florentina Harnish and Anna Maria Zabori.
Hello and welcome to the APTA's Tour Series. We are live from the Weston Golf Club in Weston, Massachusetts, bringing you the Boston Open Grand Prix, sponsored by the APTA membership. our national sponsors, Viking and Paddle Pro, and local sponsors, presenting sponsor, Discipline and Alpha LLC, platinum sponsor, Worcester Air and Weston Golf Club, gold sponsors, Bully Boy Distillers and Owl's Nest Resort, and silver sponsor, Narragansett Beer. I'm Brad Easterbrook alongside Jeff Morneau, bringing you men's quarterfinal action between our number 1 seeds of Johan Durant and Stephen Mitchell and the team of Brian Compton and Graham McNerney. Jeff, welcome to the booth.
Thanks, Brad. Looking forward to a great match here. We got a nice cold night. Our number 1 seeds and local legend Johan Durant out there. Let's take a quick look at the draw and see how everybody got here. We got Durant and Mitchell had a little bit of a struggle in the first round. They lost 1 set. I think they came out a little cold, but since that time, they've kind of smoothed their way through it. And they got a big match now, as you'll see on the draw, with Compton McNerney, a team from mostly the Chicago area. And then you got Compton and McNerney, who made their way through, a team that beating Nolan Protsenko, a team that just got together for this tournament. We'll see if they continue on through. So we got a 2 out of 3 set match coming up, and it goes all the way. No 10-point tiebreaker in the third. It's a full 3-setter if we get there. Looking forward to a good match. What do you think, Brad?
Well, let's take a quick look at our players on the court. We have Johan Durant in the black jacket with the blue cap next to his partner Stephen Mitchell. And coming onto our screen on the far side is Brian Compton in the gray, I guess my dad used to call it a skull cap, the gray ski hat, and his partner Graham McNerney in the black hat. So it looks like the players are on the court and they're getting ready to start. So looks like Johan Durant has the ball, and here we go. We are underway. All right, there's a fault on the first underhand roller serve there, Jeff.
Yeah, you're going to see the underhand roller serve from Durant and Mitchell almost all the time.
He's putting a little more action on it now, Durant. More spin. Like to see that. So just a quick review of our players out there. You know, McNerney and Compton are a great team. Nice balance. Compton, incredibly high drive rate, rips the backhand, hits the forehand as well. He'll hit 5-6 drives in a row once he starts. McNerney, very measured. He uses the lob to push teams around and get blitz opportunities, but it's not easy to blitz against Durant and Mitchell.
Nice point here. A lot of push overheads, nice and deep. Got Durant. And a rare miss from McNerney on a lob. He's usually really consistent with that. That's his best, one of his best shots.
It's a great return and a nonchalant, easy pickup from Durant. Made it look easy.
You'll see Durant is going to take most of the overheads in this match for the team of Durant and Mitchell. This is their preferred formation.
And we have a good, fun surprise for everybody in our quarterfinal match. One of the great players from the 80s, 90s into the early 2000s, Artie Williams, is here. National champion, 3-time finalist. So he'll be in for a jump in. Have a quick little interview with him. He's actually joined one of our sponsors now, Disciplined Alpha. So that'll be a fun part of the match as well.
Saw Mitchell there. He saw the drive coming, cut across. He actually almost missed it. He anticipated it so well.
And Compton does a really good job varying his drives. He'll go hard and flat at you. He'll hit heavy up spinning balls, and that's what he did on that ball. And it mini confusion for for Mitchell there.
A little transition play. Good movement here.
Now we'll see that play from McNerney. It's one of his #1 plays. It's a great point, great transition play. McNerney uses a quick block lob. To me, he's one of the best block lobbers in the game. You put Juan Araya maybe in that. Actually, Max Lepavere's got a pretty good block lob. They use it to steal time from their opponents, push the ball back, and then he moves forward like he's doing now, looking for a blitz or a down-up overhead.
Got caught there, but that's a play.
That is a play. The danger there is, well, I think Compton had to recognize he's got to either rip that drive or he's got to lob it. Ooh.
Back to deuce here. Mitchell's a great volleyer. Normally he makes that. What do you think of that, Brad?
Well, I mean, no good thoughts, Jeff. But, he just missed a drive there. He's just trying to put it in play. You think of a lot of matches in terms of how you want to play them and what your opponent's strengths and weaknesses are. The drive off the deck isn't really McNerney's strength. He'll use it, and he uses it from time to time because he's got to keep people honest, but his strength is in the lobbing and the blitzing and the volleying, and he's great at the net. Durant, Mitchell pretty much have really good backcourt off. They're kind of good everywhere, back and front.
Yeah, they're tricky the way they move in the back, actually. They move as a team. They move together. They try to really get people to hit the balls into their sweet spot. They get the shot that they want in the back. They're never really just standing around and doing nothing. There's a lot of movement in their feet back there.
And you'll also see a lot of switching from them, either at the net or in the backcourt. And Compton's got great drives, both sides. His backhand's probably better, but he uses his forehand very well. Kind of sets up other balls. He'll hit up spinning drives, then he'll flatten it out a little. There's a great backhand rip. He'll do that too. He's actually not really trying to hit that in, Jeff. I think he's just trying to tag it early and fast at the body of Durant.
Yeah, this is going to be a good match, no doubt. Just those points right there, they were nice and long. It's hard to get Durant and Mitchell off the net, though. Once they take advantage of the net, it's really hard to get them off. I don't know what you can do to get it through, but they're going to have to figure out something.
And I think you make an excellent point there, Jeff, because I think it's going to be important for McNerney and Compton to be able to get at the net some. It's also hard to take the net because they both return so well. Durant's got pretty automatic forehand return. Most players don't even try to come in behind it. And Mitchell also has a great forehand return. So we'll see here how Compton and McNerney approach it. Compton will usually stay back and see, there we go. But now they're in that problem that you were talking about, Jeff. They got to find a way to get them off the net and get a drive in there.
Yeah. When Durant's at the net, he just doesn't feel like anybody can do anything to hurt him. The only person that can hurt him is himself by making either a stupid shot or getting impatient. And when he's on his A game, it's really hard.
Yeah, and I think Compton and McNerney are going to have to spend not 10% at the net. They're going to have to spend it closer to 40, 50% of the net here. They're going to have to hold it enough times to give themselves a really good chance here.
Compton serving.
What a volley there from McNerney.
Yeah, great shot. Right on top of the net. Durant tried to sneak one over, and McNerney with his long reach just stuck his racket out there and dipped it in the corner.
All right. right, there we go. This is exactly what they want, to force them into a couple of errors. And terrific offensive volley. McNerney excellent at the net. One of the better players on the tour. There you saw Durant going for the blitz, and just 3 errors there from Durant Mitchell, really.
Yeah, 3 quick ones. 2 all on return of serves. They never really got into that game, so we'll see. And here we go, a great lob hit the back of the line. Now I think this is the first time we've seen Compton McNerney actually at the net having control and a point. Nice little fall away 2-hand backhand roller into the corner. Good shot by Compton.
You made a great point before, Jeff, how, you know, Durant sometimes the only one he can hurt is himself oftentimes. And I know you've played him a bunch of times. I have too over my career. And he's the one guy that when I played, I never felt I was in control of the outcome. I mean, I could even take it to 3 sets. It might have been 7-6, 7-5. But it was always on his racket. It was never really I was in control. I was more surviving it. And he's a unique player in that regard.
Yeah, here though you've got, you know, Compton's got enough offense that if he gets hot, he can, you know, he can use his power to get the ball through or right at Durant and get him to miss. And there's a blitz by McNerney, his favorite play. The high lob, blitz in, great hands at the net, and right through him.
That's a great play. It's his #1 offensive option.
That is not.
That is not his #1 offensive option. Nope. But you got to throw it in there every now and then. You can't just lob every ball. Got to make him think a little bit. Now, obviously, the couple of forehands we've seen McNerney hit in the early going haven't gone his way, but he needs to hit them every now and then.
Switch back. Got Durant on the left hitting most of the overheads. Mitchell right on top of the net there.
Good lead there. What a dig. Love that third panel smash there. Creates some movement from the backcourt team.
Great point.
And you can hear the crowd in the background, Jeff. Like you said before, Johan Durant, he's a director of racket sports here at the Country Club, was the director here at the Weston Golf Club, just incredible hometown favorite. He's really brought sort of this whole New England, Massachusetts paddle scene to a whole new level.
Completely agree, Brad. I mean, you know, even you watched yesterday in the, you know, the men's NRT, and the number of players that were in that tournament just from this area and the quality of the play, it's all, you know, it's all because of Durant. Because he's raised the level. It's not just because of his teaching of the players. It's he's raised the level of the players in the league that get to play against him, that they get to play with. And he's just done so much for so many people that, and you don't realize it. It never gets noticed. You know, people watch on the live stream, they see how great he is, but they don't see what he's done for everybody else.
Right. That's a great point. And there's a great roller there from Durant. Gets Compton to reach. Always good if you can make your opponent reach. You're going to get a higher degree of errors. Now, Jeff, you know, you still compete, but sparingly these days. Have you ever thought to go to the underhand serve? Because
I have gone to the underhand serve.
I would, because, you know, well, I'll try to put this as kindly as possible, but your serve was never really any type of weapon, right? So keeping it low is such a better option if you're not putting heavy spin on or a really challenging serve in the box.
Such a big difference. Makes such a big difference, I think, for all players. Great volley there by Mitchell. Yeah, I think the keeping it low, especially, you know, you have volleyers like Durant and Mitchell, I mean, and Araya. They just don't miss first volleys unless somebody's able to hit it, you know, from a high point and hit it down and get it at their feet. But if they're hitting it from their knees to their chest, they just don't miss them. So it's almost pointless to take the risk of the drive, you know, driving the return at them. It doesn't do you any good. Percentage-wise, you just make too many errors.
I find that the one sort of mini kryptonite is if you can take the return early enough and go at the net man, though, against the underhand serve every now and then, because he's only like 10 feet away from you, Jeff. You know, that can work from time to time and throw a blitz behind it, hit the heavy return there.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I think the underhand serve to Mitchell and Durant is a much better play than serving overhand. And there, you see here, they're literally just staying back. They're not even giving it a shot.
Oh.
A swinging volley.
Yeah, great cross. He was going for the winner. You know, they had good position there. I don't know if he needed to hit it that hard, but it was a good move. That's a great dig.
What a great neck. Oh!
There you go.
Great hands, great
awesome
movement, so athletic.
All right, so we just left that incredible women's, you know, match before, and Roxy Yanika and Gabby Nicolescu were up 6-3, 5-3 against our number 4 seeds, Macy Elliott and Stella Radesno, and they're playing some tough long points out there as well.
Yeah, we're seeing that out of the corner of our eyes, and they're really, it's bang, 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 paddle.
Yeah, haven't seen Mitchell get his groove on the drive yet. He's mistimed a few of them.
Yeah, it's all on the return, though, Brad, really. You know, he's missed a bunch of returns early.
And it's such a weapon. I do find sometimes that with Durant and Mitchell, the Mitchell return makes a big difference in the engine. When he's returning really well, they are just so hard to keep off the net.
Completely agree, Brad. You got, you know, the threat of Johan Durant blitzing combined with, you know, if Mitchell gets the return going and he keeps it low, it makes that first volley so much more difficult for any opponent.
This is the most, usually Compton is setting up for the drive much more. They're committed to being really patient back there. McNerney and Compton. And it's sort of accepted wisdom. You generally don't want to play fast, really fast against Durant and Mitchell.
Yeah. I think this is the right strategy by McNerney and Compton. The slow play, good lobs, and then really wait for that one really good opportunity for Compton as opposed to, you know, what he might like to do, which is swing, swing, swing.
Right.
He's just got to wait for it, and that might give him a chance to get to the net.
Yeah, and it also may give on that one ball McNerney the chance. McNerney's really good at reading the blitz. When to move forward, when to move back.
This is about as patient as I've ever seen Compton.
Yeah, I mean, his drive rate, I think, Jeff, is one of the highest in the country, meaning he'll drive more than anyone else, and what a volley.
If he's going to make those all day, it's going to be a short day for McNerney and Compton.
Well,
I mean, Compton hit that right in the middle of the paddle as hard as he could at the feet of Durant, and he just picked it right up and volleyed it back.
I still love the way they're playing the point. He took his best shot, and they're just going right back to their strategy of keeping it in lob and waiting for that one ball again. There's no way even a volleyer like Durant can't make every one of those.
No. But that's why he's one of the best in the country.
Oh, look at that play, spinning him around.
Great athleticism by Compton.
And so there we have game, set, and match for Nicolescu and Anika coming in. I guess they were seeded somewhere, but as really a team that, I mean, Gabby Nicolescu barely played last year, marching on to the semifinals. Kudos to them.
Yeah, great result for them. I'm sure they're excited to be playing together, be back on the court, and great result. So having fun, leading to great results. We'll see them tomorrow or later tonight.
Great action here, early going. See the strategy of both teams taking shape.
I do like to see this too. Hammer time.
Oh, I mean, it was a great play and it was a good look for McNerney, but that's what the hard overhead does. It's a risk-reward type of situation. He's giving McNerney a high ball, but he's also making him stretch and move for it.
Well, and you saw too, you know, Durant knew that he hit it hard. It was going to be he was going to be in a defensive position, and he just moved right to the back. And if McNerney had made it, unless it went right at Mitchell, it wasn't going to be a winner. It was going to be, you know, Durant and Mitchell were going to end up in the backcourt.
And that's why it's a good play too, because they want to speed up the play to some degree. They want to play in transition. It's not that McNerney and Compton can't. It's just that Durant and Mitchell think they have the advantage.
Yeah, these are not the type of points that Durant and Mitchell like to play. I mean, they can obviously play them, but it's not their preference.
You mean these long points, right? Yeah.
Lots of lobs,
right.
You know, two really good players in the back and play a lot of screens.
That's a good look
There it
there. That go
Shank.
over or under the net, Jeff?
I think it went over, but it looked like a shank volley winner. Not really sure.
I'm not
but
really
it doesn't
sure,
look
but
like
we're
it
going
hit
to assume that was a point for Durant Mitchell.
There's the move. There aren't many players in the country that can do that. Compton and maybe Mark Powers taking the backhand like that on the run.
Yeah, I think you meant Parsons, but Powers can even do it. And then you got a few other. We saw Asas Koenig in the last match against Burris or Doyas. I don't think it was live streamed, but took one after another like that. That was a heck of a move. He read the situation before Mitchell even hit it. Started up the line and just drilled it. There's another one.
Yeah, they're really playing patient, waiting for that one big Compton ball.
Well, there's an indication of speeding it up almost too much, right? It came off and he just ripped it. Great stuff, players probing. Compton McNerney making sure their lobs are getting to the service line and beyond, and just dig it. Right, a shorter one and a great spotted ball.
30-40.
You know, Compton's got a few of those nick balls that Durant or Mitchell has hit so far. He's been playing that screen and the side wire pretty good.
Ooh, good lead. I'm not sure the first one was an out, Jeff, but great lead there. And Compton, he will do that sometimes. He'll just go at you. That ball is so low, almost impossible to make the drive. Wisely left by Mitchell. We should note also, Jeff, the other men's quarterfinal is going to be going on, and it'll be with Hughes and Powers against Broderick.
Christian.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Got caught up in the match there for a second. Tomas Christian, and that should be a great match. And Powers and Hughes, as much as our hometown favorites and number one seeds are Durant and Mitchell, Powers and Hughes have won the last 3 Boston Opens, I believe, Jeff.
Yeah, I don't think Boston Open played last year, but they've got a pretty good run here. I mean, between Durant, Parsons, Hughes, and Powers, they've got a lot of the titles here in Boston over the years.
So we'll get some scores from that match as it starts up. The players are just entering the court there.
You know, and John Hughes isn't too far from this area either. He's from out in our neck of the woods in Long Meadow, East Long Meadow Club. He's got a big fan club that follows him anytime that he's here in Boston. There's a lot of people out here from the Long Meadow area. And they've waited a long time tonight to see him play, and they're looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's interesting. Do you think that scheduling affects players? I mean, they all have to learn to deal with it. But they had 2 quick matches early, have had an easy run here, and then they've been sitting around since like 11 o'clock, waiting till 5:30.
Yeah, I think that can be hard. You know, the schedule is what it is. I think the players are used to it. They got out here. I saw, you know, Powers and Hughes out there warming up for about 20 minutes before they started on their own. So hopefully they get, you know, mentally and physically ready to play. They're certainly well rested.
Look at that, just perfect positioning. You can learn so much from watching McNerney volley. Just keeps the paddle up and in front of him perfectly.
Oh, what a great get. Yeah, he really stays really still at the net. The paddle's always out, right out in front of him, and there's very little movement and great control.
Oh, what a get.
Unbelievable. Switch sides, and they're back to their usual positions.
Oh, tricky little push drive there. Oh, around the net post.
Oh!
Here we go.
We've got action. You can hear the crowd out there loving it.
No, surprising volley miss from McNerney.
He was right there too. I mean, he surprised himself by missing that. That's one he normally makes.
I mean, you can talk about perfect position, but you gain the benefit. You hit the drive, force the guy to volley. That's one of the keys. Great shot. Yeah, the amount of volleys that get mid, Jeff, compared to overheads is probably like 5 to 1 maybe. Or so even.
Yeah, maybe even more. We're
Right, so
watching here. I mean, if you're not counting the side armors,
right,
and the rollers.
But you gotta. That's why you have to force your opponent to hit a volley here and there. You can't just lob them. You know, eventually, one of the things that separates the top teams is their ability to not make an error, but also to force the error in moments.
Yeah, I think you see a lot of the club players, they think that it's more like tennis and the drive needs to go through them and to the back screen in order for it to be good. Oh. Unbelievable.
Ernie took a chance, tried to push it down the line, just mishits it, and what a play, some incredible action.
Durant is just so intimidating when he's moving forward like that.
I mean, but he read that perfectly too. He's going to hit it hard, that he saw him backing off, he pushed it there. Ernie saw a little opening, went for it, missed it.
No, wait.
There was going to be a switch in the backcourt. Here it comes. Oh!
He had him off the net, although I don't know if he put it more down the middle, whether McNerney would have cut it off, but a little bit rushed.
A little rush. He just caught it. It was too high. The ball just floated. Just missed it, but he did set it up okay.
Yeah, and I do like to see that Mitchell's swinging at those forehands. Even though he hasn't been hot early, he's still swinging.
Good challenging serve from Compton, forcing the Mitchell error. Ooh. Nice dig. Here's, I thought he was going cutter. You do not really want to leave the ball high to McNerney. That's his number one outside of the blitz. You hit the ball high, he hits it down. He's 6'3", 6'4". Loves slamming the ball downwards. There's a short ball. Surprised to see Durant not go for a little more there. Wow. I guess he was just waiting for that, Jeff. Just waiting for that.
Yeah, you just can't. That's the problem with the Mitchell-Durant team at the net. As soon as you hit a short one, you're in really big trouble.
There's another great blitz. Smart lob volley. Viewers, Jeff, but you can see Durant hold his shots. Like he's waiting, he's kicking him out. He can hit it really hard at a moment, cut it at a moment. He's trying to keep the backcourt team once, and there it works.
You know, Brad, you said it exactly. Just like right there, he was hitting some slow roller, and then he just put a little more pace on that one, and McNerney thought he was going to be able to do a lob, but the pace on the ball just had him. He should have really played that one off the back screen, but
yeah.
He was thinking it was going to come a little slower.
So that's a great game there for Durant Mitchell. To Durant Mitchell. It's a great action out here. Incredible hands. Good strategy from both teams.
Nerdy and Compton.
Nice dig.
Now, I was about to say, they really need to focus on getting those lobs a little deeper when Durant and Mitchell are at the net.
Yeah, once he starts with the cutting, it becomes harder and harder to control the lob, and you're just asking for trouble. That's a great move into position from Durant. He's going to have to get some more height and depth on these lobs. There you go. Oh, what a cutoff.
Great anticipation there by Mitchell. Saw that Compton was going to drive it. Compton didn't get that full big pop on it. Mitchell just cut across and put it there. He did it again.
Woo! All right, they're firing on some cylinders now. And it's also the confidence of knowing if you make that move that your partner has you covered if you get beat down the line or somewhere else too, Jeff.
Absolutely. You know, he knows Durant's got his back. He's going to be able to pick off any of those, anything that goes by him down the line is going to come off that back screen a little hard. And because of Durant's athleticism and how hard Compton hits it, it's not going to be a clean winner. Durant's going to have a good chance to make it.
30-15.
But you can see right now Durant Mitchell really starting to do some good action. He missed an offensive overhead in that last game, but it's becoming harder and harder for McNerney and Compton to control the point with the lobs. They're going to need to get the net at some point in time. And if McNerney can't control the point with the lob, they can always dump it to him. You know what I mean? That is the one spot that's the difference sort of in the overall scheme of four incredible players out there. There's a spot for them to just push the ball back soft to McNerney here and there. Wow. Oh, great gets. Oh, short.
I mean, that shot by Durant is something you just don't see out of almost any other player. That is like a cut, drop shot, volley from, it wasn't even right on the net.
Yeah, it's not really a true cut because he's not taking that full swing backspin. He's just taking all the pace off it when it looks like he's going to hit it sort of through the court and quickly pulls Compton out of position. Then they go behind him, force the error. That's a great shot. That's, oh!
I think he hit it from behind
him. Yeah, I think you're right, Jeff. And again.
Yeah, they got to get Durant out of here. They got to find a way to get him off
just
of the
out
net.
of here, like deported
somewhere,
or like something.
They got to get him off the net. And they got to blitz or do something because it's just they're just getting this. There's nothing going on in the back right now.
Well, they're surviving, Jeff. They're not controlling any aspect of it from the back. But if they can survive long enough, sometimes, you know, they think maybe Durant will make an error and you get one or two, you hang in there. But again, they're not in control.
Yeah.
That's a great rip. No. Oh!
It's a long point right here.
Yeah.
This is the type of point that McNerney and Compton want to play.
That's going to get, no, thought he was going to rip it, but, and they're playing a great point here. They've gotten a couple looks. Constant pressure from Durant and Mitchell, but if they can win this point, what a great lob. That's going to get hit, transition back. That's too good. Just too good. Yeah, McNerney he saw that too early. He needed to spin that back into the net for any effect there, Jeff.
Yeah, McNerney's got that shot for sure. He's one of the players in the country that has a great shot like that. He can put that away. He's got that finishing ability. It just looked like at that one he didn't fully commit to it. He didn't have enough, I don't know, racket head speed to get that super backspin, and it sat up. And They didn't move back. They didn't move in. They just kind of sat in the middle of no man's land, and Durant did what Durant does.
Yeah. I think actually that ball might have been too close to the net for McNerney. He does it really well from up high above the net where he's got a full racket speed where he can hit it without any fear of actually hitting the net. It looked close to the net. He just couldn't come up with it. And another just great playing from Durant and Mitchell.
Yeah, good match so far. We got 5-2 Durant-Mitchell. The hometown fans were cheering after that last play. A lot of people out here watching. Great job by tournament director Drew Sawyer putting together a great event here. Genius Chizuike, the pro here. They do a great job year after year. Drew Sawyer puts in a lot of time, so glad to see it.
Yep, absolutely. Those guys do an amazing job, and what a blitz. And McNerney can make the volley, but with that pressure behind it, he's got to make a really good volley, and that's just tough.
Oh, great volley by Compton. Not only to get it over, but to keep it away from a blitzing Durant.
There you go. He's trying to put some pressure back on him, McNerney, but right now, Durant and Mitchell are firing on all cylinders. Ooh.
That was close to getting hammered.
I thought he was going to smash that. Hit the ball down up to Durant's forehand. There's aggressive positioning from Mitchell. That's getting hit, but missed is it. But it's a good look.
Yeah, good look. A little rushed. I don't think he needed to go for that one, but he's feeling it right now. They're up 5-2, so they're going to take a little risk and play a little bit quicker.
30-15.
It looks like they've just given up the net completely when they're serving to Durant. I'm not so sure that's a great idea. I think they should, try something else, go to the Aussie, make Durant.
Oh. Compton trying to make something happen there. I agree with you, Jeff. I think getting the net is going to be sort of crucial for McNerney and Compton. Ooh, but 2 forehand misses there from Durant. You don't see that very often.
No, he's shaking
and nobody's
his head,
even coming in.
Yeah,
nobody's even coming in.
Big mistakes.
40-30, and there they go. But Durant and Mitchell do that from time to time. They're in control of all aspects of the game, and there they just go for 3 shots that you can't blame them for going. They hit their forehands, but they give up 4 forehand errors in that game.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen, the Compton and McNerney have won 3 games, but we saw the first game that they won. It was 3 return to serve errors, and then again right there, one of the second games that they won was 3 return to serve errors. So it was, it doesn't seem like Compton McNerney are winning. It just seems like the games that they're winning are because, something that Mitchell and Durant do.
Yes. Well, yeah, we talked about the ability to control the point, but sometimes with Durant and Mitchell, you have to weather the storm. Nice dig there from McNerney. He's putting some extra pressure on it. Compton overcooks it. And I feel like he would make that backhand 90% of the time if he wasn't running around so much, feeling that sort of pressure from the entire match. Great positioning, moving over Mitchell.
Textbook.
Yep.
It's the way you teach it at your club, right, Brad?
Absolutely is. Just so we're going back in a little history here, Jeff, is it possible that you've won the Boston Open?
It's possible.
Is it in?
It was.
It is possible,
it is,
right?
It's possible. It's possible. It's possible.
Who could have brought you to that victory?
Well, Juan Pablo Araya Martinez brought me to that victory.
You did
a few
your
years
part.
ago, 4 or 5 years ago, I think. I mean, prior to that, Durant, I think, had won it 5 or 6 times in a row with a variety of different people.
Yeah.
You know, he had played. You know, he's won it. He's won this tournament with Albrights. He's won it with Mark Parsons. He's won it with Stephen Mitchell.
Durant doing such a good job holding his shots. Not an easy skill to develop, but an important one. A lot of the top players have the ability to hold the ball. McNerney does. You know, Durant does. Mitchell does. You know, Araya, just mentioned, holds it really well. What a rip. Oh. Yo, and
Great
Compton.
shot.
Just incredible play. That's all it takes. That's it, Jeff.
Yeah, 3 great drives, 2 great volleys by Mitchell, and a ball that almost made it back over by Durant.
Like I said, that's all it takes, Jeff.
Easy.
You just do that every time. That low ball is tough to drive. He just getting too antsy there.
You know what happens there, Brad, is you just get so frustrated that the ball that you just hit that normally doesn't come back against anybody else came back. And that, I think, is the first set.
All right, so we'll be back in just a moment after these messages right here on the APTA YouTube channel, presented by eNet Live.
Great job. Hey, good stuff to you. Patty, good job. Yeah, a lot of fun. You guys look great out there. How long have you been playing?
Who, me? Oh, I've been playing my whole life. How about you?
Wow, I only started playing when I retired.
Someone say retired?
Looking good out there, Eli.
Thank you.
All right, Jeff, so welcome back to the APTA Tour. We are in our men's quarterfinal match between our #1 seeds of Durant and Mitchell against Compton McNerney, and Durant and Mitchell take the first set. Any thoughts on that set, Jeff?
Yeah, I mean, a good set. I think Compton McNerney got a decent strategy. You know, they need to execute it a little better. I think Compton needs to try to be a little bit more patient. They got to wait for that one big ball on his forehand or backhand to try to get a volley error out of Durant and Mitchell. You know, I'd like to see them do a little bit more when McNerney's serving, maybe go to an I formation or Australian, because they got to find a way to take the net.
Oh, just a rip there from Compton.
Great screen drive, got down really low. Surprised Mitchell a little bit there.
Yeah, but it was a good strategy, and a lot of things about it from Compton McNerney were good. It was a very entertaining set, but you and I both thought that they weren't in control of any aspect of it, though. You know, they're at the baseline a little too often, and if they're going to win just on those types of drives from Compton, that's going to be hard for him to get that every time. And of those drives that he's making, they're still making a good high percentage of the like more than normal. Like normally Compton gets points on that shot all the time. Here they're not. So if they can get Durant and Mitchell to make some errors like that and hold the net a little bit, that's going to have to be sort of their key to success here in the second set. So
yeah, I agree, Brad. Completely agree.
There's the blitz. Goes for a dink volley. Backhand hit.
Oh, he got stuck in the no man's land.
Caught him. He caught Durant, though, with his paddle behind him. Normally, Durant has his paddle out in front and volleys that ball. Great shot from McNerney. 40-15. I like that McNerney's trying to go to work here. He's hitting cut overheads. He's trying to put pressure on Durant and Mitchell, and there's a great finisher.
What a great shot by McNerney.
Didn't come up with it, but good scramble there. But I love how McNerney played some offensive overheads there.
You know, McNerney's got that. He's got a lot of ability to put a lot of spin on the ball on his overheads, hit those, you know, cut winners, really make things happen at the net. But they got to find a way to get to the net.
There you go. But I like the fact that they didn't settle for just pushing it in there. They tried to bring some pressure back to Durant and Mitchell.
Yeah, Compton served volley. He didn't stay back. He was able to make the first volleys and gain control of the net early.
Just so good. And it's most people hit a roller that has a swing to it, Jeff, like where the paddle goes back and around. He hits a snap roller, just sets his paddle up and in there. The quick release and the amount of pace he gets on that, included with the accuracy, is just incredible.
And how low it stays. You know, even when it hits the back screen, it's not like it pops back up. It just continues to stay low. It's impossible to do anything with.
Good shot there from Compton. Dips it low.
You know, I think that's the better shot against Durant than trying to go through him. If you can find a way to get it at his feet, get him to pop it up, then Compton, the next ball, he might be able to do something with. But the first one, just trying to drive through a Durant or Mitchell, you know, it's not going to work in the long run.
Yeah, I agree with you. The only problem is, you know, that what Durant and Mitchell do that make it difficult is they also poach a lot. So when you hit the off-pace dipper, one guy might be cutting in front and taking it. So it just puts that extra dimension in there. But I agree with you on balance. If he can hit that shot, that's exactly one of the right ones to do. Just dangerous when you hit a short lob, Jeff.
Oh. You know, it's that one right.
Oh, good drive there, Compton.
And McNerney's going to go to work now.
That's going to get hit. Well left. Nice transition.
Oh. Sneaky little shot there by Mitchell from the whack.
Yeah, Mitchell's gotten really good at the transition ball as well. Oh, what a play from McNerney.
Unbelievable.
What a read.
Great move.
Incredible.
Long strides in,
gutsy.
kept the racket in front, eyes on the ball. Mitchell almost got it, but it just sailed a little bit long.
Yeah, just even the guts and the confidence in your partner know he's going to hit a drive on that ball. Ooh. Nice move. McNerney's starting to get a little more aggressive. Oh, look at both Mitchell and Durant close in on the net.
Oh, just so many different shots out of Durant in that 1 point.
Yeah, the change of paces, the hard, the cut, the roll, the push. I don't know, Jeff, you can keep naming them. Go on.
I don't have enough names.
Right, this is a lot of. The ability to hold and change the shot at the last moment just makes it so tough.
I mean, they are really in sync as a team, too. They know exactly what the other player's doing.
Good move. You like that move from McNerney?
I do. Yeah, it's one of his better plays. He's a very good blitzer. They got to do something to make some action. So I like seeing him going in like that.
Well, Jeff,
worked in the past.
We got our special guest in here joining us in the booth, Artie Williams. Welcome to the booth here.
Thanks very much, Brad. Brady wasn't available this weekend, so you're stuck with me.
Oh, no, not stuck with you, Artie. So, Jeff, I've been playing long enough to have actually spanned the time when Artie was playing. You know, Artie, your basic play time is kind of from the 80s through the 90s into the early 2000s. And he was showing me some of his paraphernalia. He brought out his 1991, Chicago Charities Tournament thing. And Artie's a 3-time national finalist and a national champion. And welcome back. But he hasn't really played paddle since 2004, and you've been completely gone from the game, really, Artie.
That's right. And maybe I can back you up just for a second. It doesn't start in the 1980s. It goes back to 1977.
Oh.
When I was 15 years old, Matt Golden and I played paddle way back in the days of the Canoe River Country Club when Steve Nickham was the professional. And so it spans the 1970s up until about 2004. And then I realized that the players were faster, stronger, quicker, and better athletes, so I got out. Or maybe you could say I was forced out.
Well, Artie,
it's great blitz there.
That's
by
why
McNerney.
we're in the booth here, Artie.
We're all here in the booth for a reason, Artie. One reason or another. We're in the booth and we're not out on the court.
Just so we're clear, Artie, I tried to enter the tournament, but somehow I'm still here in the booth.
My old partner, Pete Grunberg, tried to convince me to get back on the court, and I was pretty clear that my yoga practice is a lot safer.
So real quickly, Artie, you are here actually somewhat in a large part because you just joined one of our sponsors, Disciplined Alpha. If you want to give a quick shout out to Disciplined Alpha, what you guys do?
I would, yes. The firm is a firm that's started by a guy named Kevin Shea, and we run long-short equity hedge fund strategies that individuals, high net worth individuals, foundations, institutions, et cetera, buy. And we have an 8-year track record, fairly successful, and we're quite happy with the way things are developing. And we'd love to support the local community and be a part of the paddle world. And so we're delighted to be here as the lead sponsor.
Now, when I saw you in the lunchroom, Artie, it was great to catch up. I saw you there, and Artie was saying he hasn't been around the game as much. So he knows me, he knows Drew Broderick, and I think Dave Jelson, actually, who was out here. And, because I actually spanned some of the era Artie was playing. I just started right around that time when he was finishing up. And what do you think of the game out here today in our quarterfinal match here?
The answer is I haven't really seen a paddle tennis match in 10 years. So I have a pretty neat perspective as to what the game was like a long time ago versus what I see today. And the game is much faster. The players are much quicker. They're much more athletic. The volleying is off the charts, outstanding. The action is quicker, and it's it really is spectacular to watch. The players rarely make mistakes. I was watching Drew play a little bit over there, and I didn't see one mistake in the times I was watching. So it's like every other sport. It's evolved and it's gotten better, faster, quicker, more fun to watch.
That's great to hear. It is, I mean, from our perspective, there's been a lot of changes. You know, there's the transition game we were talking about in the lunchroom earlier is coming, the cut and spin overheads that are out there, and just the shots that players know they can get allows them to take more chances. And also just the courts and the equipment have changed a lot over the years.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Brad. A good friend of mine, Rob Laboon, and I were talking earlier today, and Rob told me how the equipment's changed and how the ball's changed. And, you know, there was a period of time when players were leaving the game because the ball was too bouncy, it wasn't as much fun, you couldn't put the ball away, and a number of players were leaving the game or shying away from it, but now that's clearly turned around, and large part to guys like David Yeltsin, who really kept the game alive. People don't realize that if it weren't for him, he was a one-person show for a long time, and if you're got one guy that makes the rackets and one guy that makes the balls, goes away, then you've got problems. Thank goodness John Embry from Wilson picked it up a number of years ago, one of the all-time great gentlemen of the game. But the balls are apparently different. The rackets are more powerful. I suppose that's just the natural evolution of any sport.
Yeah, and when you were playing, half the courts were wood courts, Artie, right?
Thanks a lot, Brad.
And there were cavemen, and you just learned to get there with the wheel.
Yeah,
but,
this is going to be a short interview. I'm going to double my fee if it keeps going this way.
But so let's get back to calling the match some, Jeff, and we'd love to get your perspective whenever we go along here. Artie, so thanks for being in here with us.
My pleasure.
Well, we got Mitchell to serve, serving to McNerney. It looks a little bit like, McNerney and Compton found a little something here in the last 10 or 15 minutes, and they're making a little move to keep themselves in this match. And just as I say that, they lose the first 2 points. So,
yeah, in a large part, they've gotten a little more aggressive, Jeff. You can see McNerney starting to try to hit some more cut overheads. They're trying to take the net a little bit more, and they've gotten a couple of errors out of Durant Mitchell, but they're just playing more aggressively, trying to take it to him a little bit more.
Now, giving a perspective from yesteryear, I don't remember anybody serving underhand like that in that day. So maybe some of the old timers who are listening today will appreciate that. It's awfully. It's just strange to see someone pick up a service ball and then hit it underhand. What do you think's going on there?
yeah, that's, Artie, that's come into the game in the last 3 or 4 years. So prior to about 3 or 4 years ago, nobody did it. And then what was happening is, the return was becoming such a big part of the game that the guys and the gals were able to just slam the ball back, and the return to serve became a bigger weapon than the serve. And so, when you spun the racket at the beginning of the match, 90% of the players would say, we'll receive. And over the last couple years, this underhand or sidearm serve is coming to the game, and because what it does is it helps to keep that serve bounce low, and it makes the return server have to hit the ball up. And because the guys and gals are such great volleyers now, it really has become a lot more effective, and the return server can't hit the ball from high to low down at the feet, and so a lot of people have switched to that.
I suppose not everybody can serve like Brian Uline.
Yeah, but even his serve back in that day, when it first came out, it was a novelty. But as it progressed along, people were tagging even a serve like that.
That's so as you come in and you're looking at this, going back a decade since you've seen some high-level competitive paddle. That's even something that's relatively new for all of us that have been, we've been playing, within the last 10 years.
I mean, there's all sorts of parts of it too, Artie. The transition game. Jeff, when he played with his partner, would stay back on his serve, let his partner go to the net, and Jeff's strength was driving the ball early off the deck. And anytime he did that, he would allow his partner to stay there because people would try to come in. So you have one-up I formations now all the time. not just Australian, but an actual I formation. One guy staying back behind the other guy. You know, transition play, people stay 2 back all the time. Everybody's got at least 4 or 5 serve strategies they use.
That's another big factor I've seen. Guys spending more time at the net in the crouched position, going either left or right while their partner is serving. And almost nobody did that back in the prehistoric age.
You know, that's probably another shot you're seeing, that sidearm roller that wasn't around back then.
That's a great point, Jeff, because I was watching that earlier, and I'm kind of questioning the effectiveness of it, because it looks to me like you run the chance with that sidearm roller to clip the net and miscalculate it, or you can put too much juice on it and have the ball come ricochet off the screen, and all of a sudden you go from being on offense to being on defense. And I haven't seen one ball hit the nick, so to speak. So I wonder if you're just better off with a flat type of dumping it down the middle than kind of rolling that one, since I really haven't seen it or anyone use it effectively any better than just a standard flat shot down the middle.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, I mean you raise a good point watching it, really for the first time. But what it really does, Artie, is it mixes it up for the opponents. It just gives them a different look of a ball that they have to lob, as opposed to the same type of ball that's coming off of the screen. So in terms of it, like making a winner, you're absolutely right. And is there more risk in it? Absolutely. Absolutely. You got to hit it with the right pace. Otherwise, as you just saw, right, it will come out. It'll come out high. And then these guys or gals can really hit down on it.
Yeah, I think it's the unpredictability of it. You know, it's the idea of trying to continue to make your opponents feel something different. Whereas before, you kind of almost knew certain players were going to hit the same overhead again. Now, it would be perfectly placed, like deep, not easy to drive, but it would be the same shot. So you're back in the grind. Here, the play's getting sped up, and some players like it. Some players still go to the old flat, easy ball that they can control all the tempo with. Some players like the tempo speeded up more. This is that one wide.
You're seeing a few more mistakes out of Durant and Mitchell here in this set.
Yeah, the levels dropped just slightly. And kudos to McNerney and Compton, bring a little more offense to the table, try to take the net a little bit more, put some more pressure on.
He's playing a 6 or a 7 out of 10. Okay. Makes a big difference at 6 and a 7.
Just a little misjudge there on the screen.
And in general, Artie, there's a lot more use of high-risk, high-reward type shots, where you might decide to hit it really hard at your opponent, knowing it's going to bounce off the screen. But you also may hit him or get him out of the way, make him run. Now he's got to run in and play transition. It's sort of just a way to create a certain type of chaos on the court, where I think back in the day when I started playing, the idea was to not create any chaos, but to just control what was going on out there.
Yeah, I see your point. I'd like to learn more about it. It's certainly in wide use, but nevertheless, I mean, it must be working. Otherwise, these top players wouldn't be doing it.
Well, I know on the other court, Brad, we've got Broderick and Tomas Christian against Hughes and Powers, and it was 3-1 Broderick in the first set.
Yeah, I caught a couple of glimpses, and they just look super solid, making no errors. And Hughes Power's just trying to feel their way into it right now.
New ball coming into play in the Durant-Mitchell-McNerney-Compton match. And the only thing that hasn't changed in this match is the amount of time that Durant and Mitchell are spending at the net. It's got to be about 90%, Brad. What do you think?
I mean, it's certainly up there. And, you know, it's funny because we're talking with Art Williams here about it. In the old days, nobody was giving up the net, right? And you spent all your time at the net, and you served and volleyed. And if you didn't do it well, you lost. You know, you had to hold the net.
That's right. Earlier, as I mentioned, I was talking with Robbie Laboon, and he said about 50% of the time you win the point at the net, and 50% of the time you win the point back. And in the days when the Scott Mansigers and the Flip Goodspeeds and the McNitt brothers, when those guys were playing, we all came to the net, and we thought we could win about 70% of the points while at the net. But I mean, these guys are just phenomenally athletic and quick, and they can win almost anywhere. But it is curious to see how the game has evolved from really being at the net, and guys like Ron Erskine and Bill Fiedler could volley anything.
Yeah.
And therefore, it's fun to see how the game has evolved, and now it's 50-50.
Oh. And back when you were playing most of your damage, I mean, the two-handed backhand was starting to become a thing, but it wasn't really such a big deal, right? You know, it's really also changed the game. All wings.
The other thing, Brad, you mentioned is now the players are so much more dangerous on both sides. And in the days you had guys like Flip Goodspeed that could really crack it. Crack it two-handed backhand. Now the players are offensive on both sides. You could win a lot of matches against me if you just hit it to my backhand. Luckily, only guys like Scott Bondurant figured that out. So nevertheless, it's just amazing how much offense they have from both sides, forward and back. And maybe that's the evolution of the tennis team, tennis players coming into the game more than it was just like the country club guys like me.
Yeah, there's just been so many changes, but it's fun to watch. Great McNerney, flip, boop, boop, and right back where we started.
Well, Artie, it was certainly a pleasure having you up here in the booth, and we appreciate you giving us a ton of great perspective. And I got to ask you the final question. I know we were talking earlier in the lunchroom. You saw an early round match, and you called up your old partner, Pete Grunberg. You say, so what do you think? And you said, oh, we could still take him.
Well,
I love that.
Well, thanks. That's easy to say as you're sitting on the sidelines comfortably away from the court without having to put their serve in and volley the heat that's coming your way.
Yeah, it's easy out here.
But it is to say, it's fun to do. I've enjoyed it. Our friends and I at Discipline Alpha really enjoyed sponsoring the event. We look forward to having a long relationship with the game in the Boston area.
Well, we appreciate you coming in. It was great to see Artie, and it was a treat for everyone out there. You know, that's our three-time national finalist and national champion, Artie Williams. And thanks for joining us, and thank you also to Disciplined Alpha, and best of luck there.
Very good. Thanks, all the best.
All righty.
We're seeing Durant here get a little bit impatient. Great shot right there. We got 30 all. McNerney to serve. And they're staying back here, Brad. What do you think? I mean, I'd really like to see Compton tough it out up there, see if he can pick off the Durant return.
Well,
I mean, that's
they
just
did a
too much risk.
Different move. They brought McNerney in on the serve, so at least that's a different look. McNerney actually served and volleyed that time, so they're throwing something different in. That's a good overhead. I love those cut. I love it when McNerney's going to work now with the overhead, trying to pressure him. He's going to stay back here. Oh, he teed him up. And you can see McNerney trying to run away.
You can't run away from that. It was too slow, too short, and McNerney's just too big. Big target.
It's a bad combination.
It was for that shot.
All right, let's see if he tries to serve and volley again.
And
here.
no smile out of anybody after that either, by the way.
McNerney was upset with his choices in that point. You know, he gave him the short ball and he sort of gave it like, ah. All right, so 30. There's the blitz and just
tagged him again.
Just danger, and that's sort of what McNerney, that's the reason he's staying back, right? But I think to what you were saying is they need to throw in some more moves, some plays. Like maybe Compton moves left, maybe Compton moves right. But they're clearly afraid of that blitz and just tagged him twice there in that point in that game.
On the other court, we got a bit of a battle going on over there. The points, you know, if you're not watching it live stream on the other court, the points are a lot slower. The pace of play is pace of play. I got that finally, Brad.
Did it.
Is slower.
Oh, they're grinding. You have to grind. You know, Broderick and Christian are gonna grind. They're gonna never miss a ball. You have to grind some, and if they can find a way to pressure with their overheads. They just won that game, so. And you can see Broderick being very active at the net up there too, though, trying to cut off balls. He's doing a really good job volleying against the Bruce Powers return.
McNerney hitting some good deep lobs.
And like we said, Jeff, they're going to need to. Whenever they get in the short lobs, they start running into trouble. Against some teams, you can get away with it, but Durant and Mitchell just put so much pressure in with the spins, change the pace. Look at that low ball.
Yeah, short lob, though. You called it, Brad, right? Short lob from Compton, and Mitchell just pushed it right into the snowboard.
Not very neighborly of him. Great poach. It's been a great season, a fun time of the season out here. You know, we should also talk about, there's a lot more fun to come. There's PTI Nationals coming up where, you know, taking place right here at the Boston Open. There was a PTI tournament. In the Short Hills Grand Prix, they're going to have a PTI tournament. There was a 50-plus here at the Boston Open, and the players who played that 50-plus PTI will tell you it was a ball. They had multiple three-set matches throughout it, so it was even throughout. Champions and even the non-champions had a great time.
Yeah, we're going to get a lot of new national champions this year, just different divisions.
That's right. There's going to be a whole bunch of national champions in different PTI levels. We also have team nationals coming up the first weekend of April. And for men, it's in New Jersey. For women, in Chicago. and Team Nationals basically combines all the best elements of paddle into one event. You get to form your own team of 6 players, play against other team at your skill level in a competitive tournament. And you get to do it in one of the best paddle facilities in the country. That's dangerous. Wow.
Oh.
Yeah, just tough. I mean, Compton can make that, but that was a tough position to put him in. McNerney's got to spot that overhead better. Oh,
what a great lob.
Touch. Cut off. Oh. They're taking their best shots too, though, and just volleying such a high percentage back, Jeff. Just makes it so hard.
Oh, Durant really went for the really hard shot there. He could have hit the flip lob, but he tried to hit a little dink and charge.
Yeah, it's always that sort of, you see the risk or the opportunity. Sometimes your eyes get too big. Choices is such a big part of a paddle match. For any professionals watching, you know, there's an APTA and the PPTR, the Professional Platform Tennis Registry, have a, you know, are sponsoring one another, and there are plenty of PPTR sponsorships, so anyone looking to get certified as a platform tennis professional, check out the APTA website for additional information. Great idea if you are a professional and you're tuning in to get certified. That's just a great shot from McNerney, but I don't know what that was from Durant, like a two-end little half roller.
That's called I apologize, I'm sorry to my partner right away. That's
Right.
what he did. He turned around. He knew that was not a very smart shot.
It's going to get cut. All right. He's cutting that one again, but just can't quite get the bite on it. Ernie using his reach at the net to stay aggressive. There's a great blitz and just great sneak. And there it is, game, set, and match for Durant and Mitchell. And Jeff, they look good.
They looked really sharp today, really sharp tonight. I think if they continue to play like that, they're going to be the team to beat in this tournament, and they keep that up throughout the season. I don't know how anybody's going to beat them until somebody finds a way to get Durant and Mitchell off the net.
Well, you know, we have a great day of paddle coming tomorrow too, Jeff. 9 a.m. We're going to be doing men's semifinals, then the women's final afterwards at 11 a.m., and then 1 p.m. for the men's final. So everybody tune in tomorrow. I'm going to check with our producer. We're going to move over to the Powers Hughes match. We are. And so we're going to get a bunch of extra bonus coverage here, and we're going to slide right in there right after these messages here on the ATTA YouTube channel presented by eNet Live.
Great job. Hey, good stuff to you. Patty, good job. Yeah, a lot of fun. You guys look great out there. How long have you been playing?
Who, me? Oh, I've been playing my whole life. How about you?
Wow, I only started playing when I retired. Someone say retired?
Looking good out there, Eli.
Thank you.
They've done it again. Johan Durant and Stephen Mitchell are the APTA national champions for the second year in a row.
There you have it, your women's APTA national champions, Florentina Harnish and Anna Maria Zabori.
Welcome back to the APTA Tour, and we've got the bonus coverage quarterfinal match between Hughes and Powers against Broderick and Tomas Christian. Got a good match going on over here. The Durant-Mitchell match just concluded, as you know. The Durant-Mitchell pulled it out, and we're right into play. We've got John Hughes on the close side in the quasi-green hoodie with his partner, Mark Powers, wearing the white hat and the blue shirt. Tomas Christian playing the forehand court in the aqua jacket. And then, of course, as everybody knows, we've got Drew Broderick over there with the green paddle and the blue coat.
Yeah, the lefty over
and
there.
I think we're still in the first set over here. The points are, almost all the points are long. Nothing's happening quick. Last we knew, we had, it was very close. Broderick and Tomas Christian were ahead. We're going to get a score here in a little bit. But John Hughes knows that's not a shot you want to give to Drew Broderick more than once a match. That's probably his favorite, most offensive shot that he has from the back, that high slashing overhead. He doesn't usually miss it.
Ooh, just tattoos Hughes there. I don't think that ball was going in. Hughes just staying a little too tall there. Could have ducked it, but
yeah, you can move your racket, you can move your body, but it's hard to move your head out of the way.
Oh, and a rip from Broderick, and there's a break of serve. Okay, we have an unofficial report that it's 5-4 for Broderick and Christian in the first set. Hughes and Powers were down 3-1 in one of our last reports, but it did look like they had battled back. Oh, hold on. That is... Now it's official, it's 6-3, and that is the first set for Broderick and Christian. So 6-3 Broderick and Christian. They just look like they're playing just really tough. They're giving nothing away to Hughes and Powers, and Hughes and Powers are having a difficult time creating that offense, forcing the errors out of Broderick and Christian. And we'll see how they
I've been watching that match out of the corner of my eye while we were doing the other one, and you know, Broderick's always focused, but he looks super focused. I think this is a big match. You know, obviously it's a very big match, but a new partner for him here in Tomas Christian. He's really bringing Tomas Christian along. You know, obviously Tomas Christian has a lot of skills, but he's really learning a lot from Broderick about what it takes to be mentally tough. And they're using all their mental toughness here to take on a team that, you know, higher ranked are the clear favorites in this match. But Powers and Hughes are going to have to really pull it together here mentally and physically, because this is going to be a grind.
No, it's a grind always. And would you say, I mean, Drew Broderick, you'd have to say he's, if not the mentally toughest athlete to play the sport, certainly one of them.
Absolutely. You know, whenever you walk on the court, you're going to play against Broderick, you know that you're in for a battle. He just doesn't give you anything. I mean, he doesn't take a lot away from you. I mean, he doesn't hit a lot of winners, but he doesn't give you anything.
He's mentally willing to go whatever distance it takes to win a match. He'll make it as ugly as possible. He'll try to attack some things. He's actually being very aggressive out here with his volley. Every time Hughes and Powers that I've seen are going to hit it, and Powers is having to quickly do a quick grip wrap change over there on the changeover. He's cutting off and poaching half or more of Christian serve, and he's being just a dominant force at the net right now. And so the crowd out here is spectacular. They do a great job. They have heated side seats. People are kind of clamoring inside. There's a great food tent out there. One of our sponsors, Bully Boy Distilleries, has free-flowing old fashions out there, Jeff.
Yeah, the people are really enjoying this, and the bonus coverage is even better. They get to stick around, watch some more great paddle.
All right, just Powers missing.
Broderick is serving, Powers to return. 15 love.
That's a great look and a nice, good volley. Defensive stops the blitz there from Hughes. This is what they've been doing to him. They're just having a hard time putting any pressure on him right now, Hughes and Powers. And there's a great attack, but blunted perfectly by Christian and Broderick. And the cold weather, the ball's not coming up as much.
It's, you know, a lot of the players were talking about it earlier. I was, you know, even talking to Mick Ordoya, and it's very hard to hit a drive, you know, a drive winner. You don't get that pop that you would normally have when the weather is a little bit warmer and, you know, the ball's moving a little bit quicker.
That's surprising. Broderick normally just hits a perfect block volley, goes for a little backhand cut volley there. They force an error on him that time. There's a great Hughes return. You know, Hughes has been, you know, they had a great tournament at the Westchester Open, Powers and Hughes. They look, you know, in incredible form. Almost, you know, one of the best I've seen them play since 2018. But it's tough. The conditions change. It's cold out here. Players bring a different strategy out. Got to work you through every match.
Great get there off the let cord.
I'm surprised we're not seeing Hughes try to attack the Christian in the deuce, you know, Tomas Christian in the deuce side with the lefty cut overhead right at that first post. We haven't seen any of that yet. And that's one of the shots, to me, Jeff, that is sort of like a catalyst or an engine for Hughes and Powers. His cut overhead to that deuce court. Without it, they're just going to have to grind so much here.
Yeah, I mean, from the back, it doesn't, you know, Christian and Broderick don't have a lot of power. They just have those, you know, Broderick's got a lot of those. They're a little bit more than a probing drive, but it's nothing with the power that you see from some of the, you know, top players like him in the country. He doesn't have a, you know, it's not like a Durant or a Mitchell or an Adoya or the Burris backhand or the Powers forehand. Neither one of them from the back have any, you know, what I would call significant force.
Right. No, I think it's, you know, it's a good point. They're beating you mentally, and they're, you know, Powers just, he's going to try to end it right there. He gets a short ball, and he whiffs, you know, so I think did he hit himself in the head, or no? I think he just whiffed. But you're right, it's more than a probing drive, though, and when Broderick gets his backhand going, he can really spot it, 3-4 amazing shots, but he's not thumping it through the middle. He's not driving it through. He's picking away at you is what he's really doing more than anything else. But look at that defense, and just a great play from Hughes there. And with the blitz, it is just such a good way to try to win a point.
Yeah, and, you know, Hughes has gotten a lot better at that over the last couple of years. He's so fast. He's one of the fastest players on tour, and he's really worked on, you know, his blitzing.
Yeah, he really has incredible wheels. Powers Hughes also have the ability to dig out a ton of balls, but they're going to play the right pace, Christian and Broderick. They're not actually going to speed it up where they're spinning around Hughes Powers, and Hughes Powers do a good job of sort of turning those points against their opponents, but they're not going to see a lot of that from Broderick and Christian. They're just going to they're going to have to stay super tough mentally, and just execute on the balls they get. There's another great blitz and good finish there to take the first game of the second set. Now, Jeff, I did love your description of everyone's colors out there. I felt like you were like a whole Crayola crayon box out there before you.
Well, I'm not really sure. I mean, what color?
And,
I mean, what would you say that? I mean, we know it's a Lululemon because that's Hughes.
That is what
Hughes is
John
Lululemon.
He's
There's no
full
doubt.
out a Lululemon guy, and he looks very good in it. I'm going to go with teal. I'm going to go with teal.
All right. Well, then what do you call Tomas Christian's jacket?
Lapis lazuli. Yeah, got you with that one.
That's a new color for me. I didn't have that in my Crayola 64 crayon box back in 3rd grade.
This is what I expect to see. Him trying to cut and work Christian over there. He's got to spot that one. Nice. His cut, finishing overhead's gotten better. It's a hard day out here. But here you see the discipline of Broderick and Christian. They're just going to grind. Oh.
And that's the one, Brad, you got to be careful of that. It's the high forehand to Broderick. There's really nothing else that's going to come at you hard from him, and, Powers put it over there. I don't think that's a good idea long term.
You're probably right, Jeff, but I'm wondering if he's just happy that they're getting a drive from them. Even if he hits it well, there's going to be some more speed in the point, and there's a perfect spotted drive. That's what he does so well. Even though it's just so perfectly placed.
Yeah, it's a great spot. Hughes was looking a little bit to the middle, just got it up in the chicken wing.
Oh, Christian flies a forehand there. A couple of errors coming from Broderick and Christian here.
Powers' serve, he's really slamming that thing into the back screen on the deuce side, and it's coming flying out. Pretty hot. Giving Christian a good chance to, give it a whack.
See, a good job, Christian. If you notice here, he's starting to push the lobs left and right. That's 4 lobs, one to the left side of the court, one to the right side of the court, trying to create some movement back there. Powers and Hughes are not missing, any volleys, but in the match we just live streamed, Durant and Mitchell, you would see Durant every now and then just go for a drop volley unexpectedly during the middle point. They're also not doing any of that, trying to play any unexpected shots.
What I'm noticing too, Brad, here is where Tomas Christian is playing. He is in a position so deep in the court. He can't be any farther back without his back hitting the screen.
Right.
He's not even giving a possibility of hitting an offensive shot. Look where he is.
Yeah, he's just way back there.
Broderick's pretty far back too, but he might move in and do something. Tomas Christian, when he's back there, he's way back.
There, a great lob from Broderick. Allows him to transition into the net. Big ball from Hughes. And
yeah, great shot there. You know, that's been it's been what everybody, the top teams have been trying to do. They think, you know, hit it to the Hughes forehand, that's the safe spot. But I personally know that John Hughes has worked incredibly hard on that. He knows that they lost the Nationals because of that shot. And for the last 2, maybe 3 years, he has worked really hard on improving that shot, and not just with its consistency, but making sure that it had some power, and you just saw it right there.
Yeah, I agree. He's developed his acceleration on it. He's putting some pop on it. And it's really no longer, he really is hitting it well in there. And that's actually, like you said, much improved. But the big key is, if they do damage with their overheads, Powers and Hughes at the net, they're so tough to beat. If they don't, then they can sort of be ground, because they don't go into those different positions like you and Araya did, with Araya all over the net and you in the backcourt. They don't play one up, one back. They play pretty much a standard straightaway game, right?
Yep.
And when they're not doing the damage that they want to do, then it's just a tough grind. And they can grind, but it's not sort of their preferred style. And then the matches become much more just sort of like a 50-50 thing at best, because it really isn't their preferred style.
The other thing, even when Hughes is lining up those overheads, if you just look at Tomas Christian's body language, he looks very comfortable back there because he's so deep in the court, and he knows already that no matter what either Hughes or Powers hits over to him, he's literally just going to lob the ball up. So he doesn't need to move his feet. He's not moving forward. He's not looking to do anything.
Well, they finally got Broderick there, but I agree. You know, and I think the best word you used there was he's comfortable, right? He's not feeling pressure. He doesn't feel pressure to go for it, but Hughes Powers get the game there, so good job for them.
0-2, Tomas Christian to serve to John Hughes.
There's that big forehand, worked hard on. Great blitz, not called out. What a dig, though. Just make him win it twice.
Unbelievable play. Great move, and then here we are. You know, it's kind of the same thing. They are relegated to literally just lob and wait for a Broderick backhand and hope that somebody misses a volley.
Do you think Powers and Hughes would benefit from developing some eye formation, things like that?
You know, that's interesting. Well, I think Mark Powers, I think he can hit a little bit of a finishing overhead. He doesn't do it a lot, and when he does go for it, I mean, I think you saw it earlier, he misses a little bit more than he probably should. I think that's something that they really should practice a little more. Just like shots like that, that's a low one. You'd see a Durant hit something special there, or an Araya, and they have the ability to do it. They're strong, they've got a lot of spin, but I think that's one shot that they could practice.
Yeah, and I'm actually talking even more about saying putting Powers right on top of the net and Hughes behind him, almost doing some of that trailing roll. Hit overheads, both sides, let Powers cut off any drives that come. Hughes hit it, just a different form. Because, Powers can't get close to the net. And he's got a good offensive volley, although you see him off the net there, and he's got a good volley in general. But I think he has the capacity to play an offensive volley.
It's an interesting idea, Brad. I hadn't really thought about that for these two. You've never done it. You've seen almost all the other teams have tried something like that along the way, but you've never seen them do it.
Right. That's what I mean. I feel like to a part they are fixing some spots, but they also just need to keep evolving in a sense.
Yeah, give the teams a different look.
Oh, that's just a mental error.
Yeah, they're just missing really routine, probing drives from Broderick, and they're just missing volleys in the net. They've missed, you know, I think we've been here not too long. We've seen them miss 3 or 4, and normally they could go a whole set without missing any.
Right. But I think that's sort of the Novocaine sometimes of what happens when you play these matches. You know, it's point after point, right? And you sort of get numbed into it a little bit. I'm not even sure that volley that he tried to take was his. You know, it looked like it was going to Powers. Yeah. The happiest moment of the point seems to be when they're getting to return. They're ripping it, and things can happen fast, but then when it settles in, it's just a work. Great close there from Christian. And a move again, and a little stutter step from Hughes that time. But gorgeous blitz.
He's so fast, and now, you know, those first 3 steps in, he's lightning.
Just crushing forehands, but now they got to get to work finishing it from the front court. Good cuts.
They're really having a hard time when they're at the net, really finding a way to win points, to finish the point.
I mean, it's not easy under any circumstance. It's still paddle. You know, we had Artie Williams before for that great interview with him, and, you know, the game still lends itself to, if you want to play a defensive game, you can, right? You can just keep lobbing it back, keep going. It's not easy to finish the point, and the team that tries to finish it is taking some measure of risk. You know, they might miss.
Well, that's true, Broderick.
Yeah.
Take the risk, you know, really play risk-reward shots.
I mean, have we seen Tomas Tristan try more than a drive?
Not one, other than a return that came flying out.
Right. That was a little long. Good look from Broderick.
But he also has not missed a lob. And even his short lobs, the problem is that Hughes and Powers aren't doing anything with it. They're not putting the ball away.
Not punishing him, but they are weathering the storm, and they got a lead here in this second set, and they love 30 here. Wow. Stab lob volley there, Jeff. Oh, and we're getting a couple of errors from Christian and Broderick. It's what they need.
I almost feel like, you know, when Powers is hitting the ball, he wants Broderick to drive because he doesn't want to just stand up there and keep hitting overhead after overhead after overhead. What a great get by there by Christian.
I agree with you 100%, Jeff. I think he's happy to give him that high forehand and let him hit it. And he's gotten a few errors. There goes another great volley. You know, there are some other players, you know, when Broderick and Palmer at the top, the top of their game. You know, some players, you know, also top players like Max Lippever and, you know, George Wilkinson, when they were playing together a little bit, they believe that Broderick also had a shot clock to a degree. It just was so long. You just had to get to that point where his shot clock gets in there, where he wants to drive it. And that to them was their sweet spot. They played them to some really tight matches. You know, I think he even had, I don't know if they had match points, but just really tight matches with that philosophy when they played it. But it takes a certain mental, you know, ability. That's a good offensive volley. Oh, great dig from Broderick, pushing him in and out. Well done.
But that's what I mean. How's this point going to end for Hughes and Powers?
I mean,
it's either going to end on a missed volley or what?
Well, I mean, they're hoping. I mean, they have gotten a couple of drive errors in this game. Maybe they'll you know, Drew Broderick will take another cut at some point.
Or a great overhead.
And a great overhead there that hugs the wire. They could also hit for the crease a little more. They're not seemingly going at the nick that often, Jeff. But they're a good start here in this second set. They're grinding. They're playing the same format, but you're seeing also, to me, what looks like a little bit of a, I don't know if it's a level drop, but they're missing some balls now, you know, Broderick and Christian. You know, and I don't think they missed hardly a ball in that first set.
Yeah, we had seen a couple of really nice Hughes blitzes on some, you know, when the lob's been a little deeper to Christian. You got Hughes blitzed in a couple times, got a couple of quick points that way. You know, that's made plays speed up a little bit on those points.
And I also think Hughes and Powers, when I saw some of the first set a little bit, we come into it very late, you know, Broderick was cutting off a lot of returns. They're really crushing returns, making it hard for Broderick to cut anything off. That's great play. Nice transition. He's not hitting that either.
Looks like Broderick's getting a little pop on that backhand, a little more pop than he's had in the past.
Oh, he's always had the ability to spot it quick and firm, and he does spot it beautifully. So really, it's a really good two-handed backhand. It's not, like you said, a thumper, you know, but he spots it and he takes it quick and early. Can do 2 or 3 at a time in sequence. It's a good shot. Oh, great setup. He'll take this one.
That was the...
No! And he overplays. And you see Christian with that drive, taking a consistent topspin drive. Doesn't even drive it through there.
Yeah, it's the first one we've seen him drive in 6 or 7 games. Almost got the nick.
Yeah, I think they got to start hitting for it. I think anytime they can draw a drive out of Christian and Broderick, it's working to their favor. You know, and even if you miss the nick, it might pop out a little. And he might go for it. He also may not. Whoop, little confusion there. They mind being in the backcourt either.
No, I think they're better off back there.
Powers spots his drive about as well as anyone in the country, I think. You know, his forehand drive, he holds it, cocks the wrist up, quick release, heavy topspin.
Yeah, there's a lot of spin on it when he hits it.
Just like your ball, Jeff.
I don't think so, Brad.
Is there some, if you could actually, you might have anti-spin.
Yeah, when I hit it, no matter how hard, you can still see whether it's Viking or
yeah,
whatever the logo is, you can
right
still see the logo.
It never changes,
yeah.
right. Although, Jeff, about to give you a really big compliment here. You are one of the quickest one-time drivers on the tour that the tour has ever seen. You can take the ball off the deck about as well as anyone. Great spot for Broderick there.
Good quickness to get in there. Might be the oldest guy on the court, but he's still got wheels like a youngster.
Oh.
That out.
Break point here for Broderick and Christian. Nice volley, great ball.
Stayed right in there, didn't move, put his racket right where he thought the ball was going to go, and it hit it.
It's been so long between drives for Christian. You have to wonder and start to question if he's ready to hit it when it comes even, Jeff.
I think he's under very strict instructions.
You might be right. And what are those instructions, Jeff?
Lob.
Do not drive under any circumstance.
Do not miss.
Right. Oh, and a great let cord there from Broderick. Takes the game and get their first game here in the second set.
I think Broderick has said, you know, if win or lose, this match is going to be on my paddle. And so, you know, when we're in the backcourt, you're not going to lose this match for us from the back. You're just going to lob every ball. You don't have to do anything else. Just keep putting lobs in. And if there's going to be a drive, it's going to be me.
Oh.
A little too quick there out of Hughes.
Yeah, trying to create a little something. It's good for Broderick if they can get a loose error. There's two loose ones. That's big. Oh. Right in the crease.
Oh, great get by Hughes. Broderick got it right into the neck. It came out. Hughes used his athleticism and was able to get it back in play, keep themselves in this point.
Oh, big get from Christian. Ah.
Switching out here.
And to Christian's credit, if that is his instruction, he's following it to a T. I haven't seen him miss the lob yet.
Nope, he hasn't missed a single ball. He's taken one drive in the last 4 games that I've seen. Maybe 2. And it's not like there hasn't been a ball he could have hit. There's a drive, sort of. Good lob, another one. Good little spot drives. They almost work on you mentally. If you see him miss there 90% of the time, it's just because it's sort of lulling the player, pushing him up, pushing him back.
Well, you've hit so many overheads in a row after, I mean, what are they hitting? This is probably the 30th or 40th overhead, and then that's, you know, and then you finally get one volley and you're not ready for it.
Yeah, they're really staying focused now. Hughes Powers work their way to this second set, up 3-1 here. Just such a tough battle. I think all the teams are in great shape physically. Hughes Powers look great. So much of these matches become mental battles, right? Which is exactly how Drew Broderick wants it. sort of like that adage, if you're going to do one thing, do it well. You know, Christian, he's just not missing a lot. He's getting a rhythm.
And finally a nick. I mean, Powers was literally, I think, just swinging at that as hard as he could, hoping it hit the nick or something, and didn't really care if it came flying out. They just wanted something to change up what was going on out there. I think that point went on for a couple of minutes.
Oh, yeah, for sure, Jeff, and I agree with you 100%. I think he would have been fine if that came out and Broderick even hit it. He would have been totally fine with that. It's just a change in the point. Happy for that.
Good look there by Hughes. Just hit the top of the tape.
Deuce. Actually, got to check on that. Wow. That's tough.
Oh, yeah.
You go anywhere near that. Yeah, it was 40-15. You go anywhere near that Broderick volley towards his backhand, you really have to get it off his hip. He's such a good volleyer that way.
Yeah, he's usually a little closer to the net than Christian. I think if Hughes had that one back again, he would have gone, you know, a little more towards Christian on that.
So 3-2 now.
3-2, a little momentum change from 3-0.
Yeah, you know, there's the ebb and flow in this, and in that game started, you know, each point is so long and so drawn out, but the game started with Hughes taking kind of maybe an ill-advised backhand that he pushed long, and that's almost kind of like the difference in the match. Then there was like a missed ball here or a missed ball there. They got the nick, you know, and it's so, the margins are so tiny now unless you're finding a way to finish the points, you know, and it's just hard. Whoop. I'm not sure what that was from Mark Powers. Somebody comments in the stadium? Yeah, he's looking over at the stands. I'm not sure what that was. Gonna start over here though.
Reset. 3 serving 2, Powers serving to Christian.
Wow. I mean, that's flying off the screen, and he's not even thinking about taking a cut.
Yeah. That's what I think. He's serving similar to Broderick, and you know Broderick is taking a little bit of a cut at it, but not Christian. There it is.
Great finisher, and he's always had that good cut in there. His finishing overhead has improved too, Hughes. That's a great ball. Nice ball there from Broderick. 15 all. Out. 15-30.
Powers is a little hot right now. He's not too happy. He was unhappy when he missed that volley to Broderick, and then he just default there. He had to take a little time, gather himself.
Yeah, and I think that thing from the stands, whatever it was, it might have affected him a little bit too. You can't discount that because clearly something happened up there. You know, when he was going to toss, I don't know if somebody said something or.
That was a very risky shot there by Hughes.
Like
there it is.
That's a great cut finisher there.
You know, you'll see they've won their, you know, I know there's been a fault and a missed volley, but they've won 2 of these points just by those great slashing overheads.
Yep. No. There's a drive from Christian. Oh, didn't clear over. Was there a call here? They saying Hughes touched the net? What are they saying here?
He didn't touch the net, I don't think.
I don't think he did either.
I mean, the umpire's up there in the chair. The umpire would call it.
Yeah, but he didn't even reach over. I think the ball just hit the net.
Yeah.
I think it was just called 30-40. So, are they?
It did sound like the umpire called it 30-40, but I didn't see what really transpired there.
What transpired there. But I think it's break point.
Oh.
And
a really good opportunity there for Broderick. Hughes, I think, got a little lucky on the first volley, and it sat
like
up there.
Two-handed.
They call that the fact
wax
band.
on, wax off kind of thing. Ooh. Good spot drive there from, and another perfect cut finish from Hughes.
He is feeling it right now.
Love it. They're going to need that to pull this out. They need those pressure finishing balls. It's only got to end some points when you can. He's really working some spin in there now, Hughes. I love seeing it. Oh, great digs. Good high lob choice there from Christian, I think, changing the pace of the ball. Get it way up there. Give yourself time to reset the backcourt. Oh!
And there it is.
Behind him, and Christian goes for the drive and almost completely whiffs. That is a great hold for 4-2 for Powers Hughes. A little controversy or whatever you call it in there. Some sort of, we don't know what happened in the stands. See, this is where we were seeing the first set. Broderick cutting balls off left and right, but making those volleys. That time he overplayed it, pushed it long. 30 Love 30. Be big for Hughes and Powers to get this game. Such a huge difference between 4-3 and 5-2, Jeff.
Yeah, a couple faults there in a big moment for Christian. Really got to pull it together.
That's a good serve. Nice dig from Powers. Wisely doesn't drive it. Oh, I don't think he's getting that one. Powers, I don't think he saw him go. He just stayed in his corner. He should have been trailing behind him in the middle of the court there. Powers was a little stuck.
I agree there. You know, Hughes took a little bit of a risk, but there it is. He took a guess that Broderick was going to be moving again and went behind him, and now they've got control of the net again. Let's see if we can get one of those super cutters, short ones, bring them in, and finish this point for these guys.
You know, he's been doing a really good job with it. We haven't seen him miss one, and he's starting. We were talking before about the ability of Hughes and Powers to put pressure on Christian and Broderick, and they are starting to put some pressure on him. And he's gotten a couple of cut finishers here, Jeff. And I think part of that is because Christian and Broderick are driving so little now, it's almost like freeing him up to take some cuts. I don't know if you agree with me there, Jeff, but
yeah,
I sort of see it that way. And I love that. Bringing the players forward, make it speed up, goes after him. Broderick's so elusive. Well done. There it goes. Great read from Broderick.
I thought we'd see it right there out of Powers.
I think he was trying. He just didn't execute it perfectly and called wide. 2 break points back. This would be, to me, a huge hold. If they can get back from Love 40 down, what a hold that would be. Oh, Broderick with those volleys and gets it to deuce.
He's all over the net. He's not letting that ball get through. Oh, perfect spin, perfect speed, perfect shot.
All right,
ungettable.
I think Powers Hughes really need this game. To me, it's taken on extra points with that Love 40, because people always talk about that, Jeff. It's like you go, oh, we had him Love 40 at so-and-so of a time, right? You know, when you don't convert it, it seems to take on sort of mythical importance, even though it happens all the time.
Oh, he almost had it. Christian was cheating a little bit. He tried to go down the line and get it by him and goes into the net. You know, that's that high part of the net.
Deuce, and he's doing a smart job of going down the line on Broderick, who's poaching a lot now. Wow, that is a lot of action he's putting on that ball now. It seems like it's almost double the amount of action. You know, he's really catching a little bit of a stride. Oh! Broderick stretches out Hughes. So athletic.
Oh, what a cutter. It's the third one we've seen by Hughes. He's really feeling that shot right now. It's been a difference maker in this set. 3 big points.
Now the Christian serve, he served pretty effectively to Powers. And there's the blitz. He's gonna no, and big break of serve for Hughes and Powers. I really think that was a big deal, Jeff. They needed that to go up 5-2. Just the mental blow of it being 4-3 and then losing that 40-love game. But, you know, as an athlete, you always face with these situations. So, but a big difference now, 5-2 up.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they got up in that game. Christian had given them 2 free points with the faults. I think that made a big difference. And then, you know, Hughes had a couple of cut winners and started going behind Broderick. And that's going to keep Broderick honest, I think, for the rest of the match when Hughes is returning. Look,
this match is still a grind because it's going to be a grind. Christian's not hitting any balls. No matter what happens, it's going to be a grind. You know, but the difference now is Hughes Powers, they're able to put pressure on. That Hughes finisher has made all the difference in the world. And they're finding a way to attack Christian in the screens here, as well as he's taking the cutter around the outside into Broderick's corner. And it's just making the difference. So see if they can keep it up. Nice stick there from Broderick. You know, I think you made probably the best point I've seen. Nice cut. And look at Hughes continuing to make the difference here.
Yeah, he's really feeling it with those overheads. He's got the spin working. He's got the short one. He's got the deep one. He doesn't have the let cord serve going, though.
That was a fault, so 15 all. And it's all the difference in the world. And I think you made it such a good point, what I was going to say before, Jeff. I think you might be right that Christian is under strict instructions not to drive. You know, like it's disappeared. He's not missing any lobs, but Hughes has now got a rhythm on his overhead. And he's starting to really do damage. There's a drive.
That's the first one that he's hit relatively hard.
Right.
The other one that he swung that hard at, he swung and missed.
He missed, right? So you can't say he hit it hard, right? Because he didn't hit it.
But the other thing, Brad, if you haven't hit a shot for an hour, how can you expect when it's crunch time or you need to hit it or you should hit it that you're going to be in a position to actually hit it?
No, I was saying that before. I agree with you 100%.
You know, it's almost like on the changeovers, you might want to go to the other court and go get it warmed up.
That is out. So it's not over yet. 15-30. Couple of a fault and a missed overhead from Powers. That's a great rip, and now double break point. And that's wide. All right, 5-3. Never say die.
Not if you're playing with or against Drew Broderick.
That's right. That's a missed drive, and now the errors can come in these little bunches. Yeah, he hasn't missed very many of those returns. Whoa.
I mean, that's just an amazing return and an even better volley from Broderick. I mean, it was right off of his shoestrings.
Yeah, it was a perfect volley, and Hughes was even nearby looking for a blitz, and he just hit it perfectly. Surprising miss. All right.
It's 2 forehand returns there by Hughes. One long, one in the net, giving Broderick and Christian some cheap, easy points. Good serve right there, right on the sideline.
Oh, good spot there from Powers. Picking Hughes back up, 30-all. Big point here, Jeff.
Let's see if we can get the return in this time.
Step one, right? Oh, look at Hughes. He's so fast, like you said.
Great hands by Broderick up there.
95% of the players on the tour, maybe more, would have had their partner cover that other ball behind them. Oh, what a shot.
Mishit volley winner. Christian's shaking his head a little bit. Hughes heads down. Powers can't believe it. Hit it off the top of his paddle, and it dribbled a little bit over the net.
That's 5-4. Things get really interesting.
Game point.
And there it is, 3 forehand errors, 5-4.
Yeah, just a little quick there on that point by Hughes. I think he should have waited a little bit. He would have got a better look at a forehand. He's been hitting from the ground stroke. He's been hitting those forehands pretty good. I know he missed a couple returns there, but it got a little impatient. Now we're at 5 serving 4, and it's just gotten a whole lot more interesting, Brad.
Yeah, I mean, they had a great hold here last time. Strange game, and they had a break point against him, but Powers up. See if he's up to the task. The hold here at 5-4, and see if they can take this to a third. I think whoever gets this one, either team's they're gonna. Actually, one of them's gonna sleep well. The other's probably gonna pull their hair out at night. You know, losing this match is gonna be a tough blow to anyone out there.
That's a risky overhead there by Hughes. That's one that eventually Broderick will go over and make a quick little move and get that up-down thumper.
So much spin he's generating. Got to keep doing it. It's really been the one determining difference in this set, that Hughes cut overhead.
Yeah, at 5-4, it's a whole lot harder to hit that cut overhead than it was when they were, 4-2, 5-2.
Right, but it's been the difference maker. I don't think if he hits it, they win this, because that's where they were getting their points, or the difference points. They're getting a couple off of occasional miss from Broderick, Christian, but mostly a lot of big cut finishers.
we go.
Good effort there. Nice play by Christian. Oh, what a great setup. Oh, and he doesn't take the drive. I mean, it's just a perfect setup. All right, well, like you said earlier, Jeff, he's going to win or lose on his paddle, and I think that's the instructions. I mean, that perfect lob down the line is begging to be driven by the deuce court player.
Yeah, I mean, I think Tomas is playing with anybody else. He moves forward, he sees that coming, he hits it down, probably right at Powers, and makes Powers do something.
Powers, he's been throwing his arm a couple of times out there. It's almost like there's something going on, so 15 all. Can't afford those faults in these crucial moments. He's going to hit that, but the soft one again.
Yeah, they worked so hard in that first point to just get up 15 love. They got really an unforced error out of Broderick, something you maybe get 1 or 2 a set. And then he just dumps in the fault. It's a little bit disheartening. Let's see if they can keep it together here.
Broderick's so good at digging balls out, getting himself out of trouble and back to neutral in a point. Nice move. Broderick just probing, right? Lobbing, little push drive, lob, push drive. But one of the things I don't love is we've seen the Hughes cut overhead sort of go into his pocket again.
Maybe we should see a little more, Hughes doing some rollers too into that corner, maybe trying to get the ball into the nick. But this is, that's the ball that Broderick's waiting for. It's going to be on his paddle. He's going to take the risk. When the shot comes, he's going to hit it, and that's it. And Christian's just going to keep doing his thing.
It's a lot of heavy spin in there.
Here it comes again.
Yep. Covered quickly there by Broderick. Should be a cut. All right, well done. Thought he might go for the shortcut finisher there that he's used 2-3 times.
Long point here, Brad.
What? Really? Long point, Jeff?
Keep lobbing.
Trucking. Yeah, they're gonna force Powers Hughes to go for a shot or hit a shot that's gonna come off the screen and give a good opportunity for Broderick to go. That's a good cut, but he's right there. He's gonna hit that? Nope. I like that. Make him run in at least. That's going to be,
He was on the wrong side.
Yeah,
right? He needed to get the forehand there.
Thought he would try to move around it. Oh! Double drop. Good cover.
Oh!
That was big, Jeff.
Finally got some movement there. A lot of dinks, a lot of movement, back and forth, side to side. Tomas Christian, super fast, almost grabbed that one, but he just missed it.
You don't see a lot of double drops in the game. Drop shot to drop shot. He's going to hit this. Nice. Get the little action, little transfer. Oh, what a ball. Powers in the middle. No! He had a great look, but another terrific transition volley, and now it's break point for 5-all after Hughes Powers were up 5-2. You know, you always look at some turning points, and they got up 5-2, and then it was just that loose game, and that sort of started this whole scenario. Got to put people away. We've seen it thousands of times before in paddle, and we'll see it thousands of times again.
It's a repeating theme in our sport.
That's a good look. Yeah.
You know, Brad, I have to be honest, it's hard to watch when you sit here and you see a meatball and somebody just pushing it back, but it's you can't fault the strategy because it's working.
No, you can't fault the strategy, but it is really hard to watch. I think you said it almost perfectly. It's really hard to watch.
And it's just frustrating, I'm sure, for Hughes and Powers, because they're doing what they need to do, but they can't put the ball away at the net. And here we go.
Another great get. He's going to cut it, but just Christian doing his thing, and there it goes. Break point, and it's 5-all. And you got to think the mojo's just completely flipped over, but, you know, we don't know what's going to happen here. We could get 2 faults again and a whole nother slew of things.
Yeah, they're just, Broderick and Christian are literally just frustrating Hughes and Powers when they're at the net. I think they're going to be better off just slamming something. Christian, yeah.
Fault one there.
I mean, this is a new spot for Christian. It's a tough spot. It's a big match for him, and he hasn't been in this position before, so.
Oh, great play. Oh! Shot from Hughes. Hold on.
The triple whammy.
Hold on.
And
Hughes
off the end of the paddle. Is Broderick all right?
I think I don't know if he went under a snowboard in. He seems okay. He just, feet went out from underneath him. And Hughes is about the nicest guy in the universe. Almost too nice, actually, as a competitor. He cares so much about his opponents. And,
it looks like Drew's hand when he slipped and fell. It went onto the cord, and as we know, there's so much grit on there that his hands are probably a little scraped up. He's going to get a towel here, just wipe it down a little bit, and I'm sure he'll be, he's able to continue. Thankfully, it's not an ankle or a knee or something like that. It's a little scrape.
Sometimes in certain weather conditions, you get condensate. That's out again, and just shocking. Love 40 again. And last time it went to deuce and it got really hairy. We'll see what happens here.
Yeah.
And like I said, just 2 seconds ago, well, you figure the mojo's now a certain place, but, anything can happen. And quickly 2 faults and a heck of a volley there from Hughes to cut it off. But now we're back in the grind, and there's the break.
6-5.
Yeah, let's not make it easy. Let's go. Let's do this.
Yeah, Hughes to serve. Hughes last time, he had a couple of faults of his own, so, you never know what can happen here.
Yeah, no, it's been a strange sort of like ebb and flow of incredibly solid play and then just a couple of gifts back and solid play. The problem is, in a match like this, the flow is so, wonky. There's not a lot of it. The energy goes up and down. And then that next game right after, Hughes missed 3 forehand drives, I think. But he's been on balance hitting great drives. It just goes back and forth.
Yeah, we're not seeing really any transition play at all in this match. It's one team at the
Well,
net. It's
to get
one team in the back.
transition play, Jeff, you need drives. You know, like you have to drive the ball through the court to get some transition play. We're not going to see any transition play except if on the off chance a lob's going up and over, which is few and far between.
I mean, I'm sure that Hughes and Powers would like to get this thing into some type of transition, and I'm wondering, what they need to do. I'm thinking maybe some really hard rollers right at Christian, get him moving forward so that he at least has to come up past the service line to get him moving, because he's, since we've been here, he is literally just putting himself in the corner and lobbing, and they're not getting him to move at all.
Yeah, I mean, and since that time, when they got up 5-2, the Hughes cut overhead winner has disappeared. And like anything, that was one of the catalysts and one of the big things that was getting them to 5-2, and he hasn't hit one since. So 6-5 now. Hughes Powers trying to get this thing to a third set. There's the hard overhead that you're talking about. He's just smashing it in there.
I'd like to see it the other way, though. I'd like to see it if I'm Hughes Powers and you want to get in transition, you'd rather try to get Christian moving rather than Broderick coming forward.
But I think to one of your previous points, I think they maybe know he's not going to hit it anyway. You know what I mean? We've seen him pass up 6 or 7 opportunity balls. 6 or 7. 67. Right, so they don't think he's going to hit it. So might as well hit it harder to Broderick because he will eventually hit it. See, they're playing Broderick here because they want him to go for the shot. I still like to see them use that Hughes cutter when he can and keep the confidence up on it because, forget this set. They're getting it to 3. They got to go to the next set. They got to do this again. They got to bring their best weapons to the table. Obviously the business at hand is just to finish this set out, get it to 3, but and there you go. It's just too tough. He's trying to force the action hard into the screen. I understand it. Frustration, anger, the whole works.
That's what's happening. They're just frustrating him into trying to do something more. They're just outlasting him.
Well, that's been part of it, and there's the let cord. Well-deserved, and that's a great strike, but now it's love 30. That's a great shot from Broderick, a great return, followed by the great backhand. And there's a big drive. Great serve, huge!
Hughes gets the nick, and we're at 15-30.
Broderick's been returning very well. And there's a fault.
Yeah, I think it was as a result of the last return.
Let's play a tiebreaker, Jeff.
I think that's what we're going to do, Brad. We don't have a choice right now. Let's go. I think maybe we'll see a blitz here by Hughes.
Yeah, this has been sort of their number one, the return moment where they can really affect play. And maybe they should have served and stayed back in that last game. I don't really know, but you can't fault twice, that's for sure. Because if Hughes isn't going to hit the cut overhead, there's no reason for them to be at the net. And they're just...
Yeah, they've got him in a frustrated position. You can see Powers is very frustrated. They don't know what they're going to do at net to win the point. They're hitting great shots, and it's just coming back as a lob. And even when they hit up, set up a meatball, Christian's not hitting it. And when Broderick is hitting it, he's hitting it good. So... I think you're right. Maybe you're right, Brad. Maybe they need to try to win this thing from the back if you're Hughes Powers, because
they're just losing their energy here. Two love.
Good shot by Christian. Got a drive. He finally hit one, and he got it.
Yeah, and then the other guys just, I mean, we'll see. They may come through here. I'm not counting anything out because, honestly, the one thing we know is anything really can happen out here, but they look totally frustrated and dejected. And I was talking about somebody having a good night's sleep tonight. If Powers Hughes lose this one here, they may not have a good night's sleep.
No, I think we're watching that it's an effective strategy against them until, Hughes or Powers can come up with something at the net to finish it off.
That was a big ball there, and again, he's got to hit that shot. It's the only thing creating anything at the net for him. All right, they're going to do two back. And they're going to bring him in. Why not? Because they're okay being back there. They want to force them to hit that continually. That's a great ball. Trying to work him. He's going, and there it is. Powers can't come up with that. He gave him the perfect shot, but in a weird way, he's probably happy. He's not happy he made it, but he's happy something happened.
Yeah, I don't know. That's the one ball you can't give Drew Broderick. There's other ones you can't give him, but you definitely can't give him that one. That's his favorite shot.
Yeah, but if it's the only one he's going to take, then... And they're just losing their minds. 4-1. 4-1.
We'll see if they can pull it together.
Yep. And this is kind of the time. It's been that kind of match where when the other team gets up a little, the other guy makes a blurt, gives them one or two right back. It's sort of been that way.
Yep.
But
and you see they've really, Broderick, as he always does, they've stuck to their plan. He had a game plan going in, and they're sticking to it. And it's, the fans may not like it in terms of the excitement of the way that it's, the excitement of the paddle, the transition games, the power, the great volleys and things like that. But you can't fault the strategy. It's been effective.
Oh, of course not. You can't, winning ugly, winning pretty, winning whatever. Winning is winning, right?
That's it. It's the object.
Look at that Powers. He's just going to push it there. He's going to bait him, and he's not going to take it. Yeah, so he's going back to hard. Nice move. Going to work, but he'll keep doing it. That's out. Yeah.
One serving 5.
That's it, 1-6. All right, here we go.
Switching sides.
Another miracle. He just rips it, and he just puts
Fires
it into the fence. He doesn't.
That's it.
He's done.
Frustration City. They frustrated him into a victory. Kudos to Broderick and Christian. Well-played match. Strategically played great. And, Christian just didn't make any mistakes. And they've obviously frustrated Hughes Powers. So, good result for Broderick and Christian.
All right, everyone out there. Thanks to everybody out here. Great day of live streaming. Well said there, Jeff. Pleasure calling that with you. 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, men's semifinals, then women's finals after that, and then the men's finals. So a full day of paddle tomorrow. Everybody tune in, and we'll see everyone tomorrow. And that's a wrap here for us at the Boston Open.